You're included. It's okay, man. Alright, say something.
Something.
Okay. I figured out which one
Something
you're on.
again.
Okay. You can stop talking.
So...
Hello, everyone. How's it going tonight? We got 5 people concurrent right now, so not a lot going on, but that's okay.
I'll tweet it. I'll tweet.
Alright.
Okay, I am way louder than you. Alright, I'm gonna turn my mic down because I sound like I'm distorted. I think it might be me.
Oh, hang on, no. You're way loud. You know, you are way louder than me. Hang on. That's on my end, because I'm using OBS. I have never done this on OBS, so... Right. I need to limit you, bro.
Limit me!
But if I let go of F2, you can't hear me. I need to turn off push to talk real quick. Hang on. It's always something, huh? Like, you can't hear me right now, but the stream can hear me. So I'm like, I should probably turn off push to talk. I can't turn it off.
Okay, I think I'm good now.
I can't turn off push to talk.
Why can't you turn off push to talk?
The check won't go away.
You hit voice activity?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, there we go.
You're lucky your boy knows how to use Discord.
Right? It'd be great if I knew how. Hello, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You're not talking. I'm like, did I screw something up?
No. I'm just listening to see if my voice is okay.
Okay. I'm currently upstairs, not downstairs, because I wanted to be a little more comfortable.
It's okay.
Discord, are you registered to vote? Yes, Discord, I am, thank you. Why is Discord of all things asking me if I'm registered to vote? Hello?
Hello.
Why do you keep going silent, dude?
I'm sorry, I'm listening to me to make sure your sound is okay.
Confusing the hell out of me, man.
Jeez. I'm just making sure I'm not ear raping anybody.
That's
Because
appreciated.
that would be sad.
That's appreciated.
That's appreciated.
Where did my text
Don't
go?
ask me.
I'm not going to. Ow, come on. What are you doing?
I'm not fucking going to. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
It's okay.
My bad.
It's okay. You're not me, so it's fine.
I will curb my language for my boy here. I've done it before. I can do it again. It's been a very long time though.
Yeah. You definitely don't curb your language whatsoever whenever it comes to the podcast.
My stuff? No.
No, I understand. That's fine.
No, my stuff is completely... I figure, like, if I mark it not for kids, and you're an adult, and you have an issue with me cursing on the internet, then it's kind of... That's your own fault. Come on, man. It's horror. There's gonna be cursing in there, because people are like, oh, heck. There's... Pretend I said something really bad. Oh, heck. There's a monster over there.
Oh, heck, guys. There's a skinwalker coming to cause problems.
Cause problems? He's looking a little funky, if you ask me. I don't know about him, dudes.
Dark, hang on a second, man.
Know.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
I was informed the music is a little loud.
That's something you should fix.
I can fix it.
I can do it. With all the power that I have in my body.
Alright, it's limited. Oh, whoops, don't do that. Crap. Everyone's gonna get a blast of music there really, for a second. Sorry. Because I clicked on the location on the bar and it's like, turn it all the way up. That's what you want, right? It's not what I want.
So what you wanted is for everybody to get their ears blown out of their face.
Yeah, that way they don't have to listen to me anymore.
Yeah, it's win-win.
That way I can become a text-to-talk channel and just put the text.
They can't listen to me now.
Then you will also become a text-to-speech channel and just put the text as the...
That's not... I didn't sign that contract.
You didn't sign any contract.
Well, I feel like I'm signing a contract here if...
I didn't sign a contract either.
Well, what's going on?
I don't know.
Confused.
I'm confused too, because the music is working, but I don't have a... The current song is... Oh, you know why? Because I made it invisible.
Oh, I did that. I did that on my stream. I couldn't get my
It just disappeared.
I couldn't get my game capture to work. I'm like, why is it not showing up?
Oh,
I almost said something.
It's okay. I just screwed everything. Oh, damn it.
You ruined everything.
I did, because now it's like 3 times the size of not 3, 4, 5 times the size of my screen, and I have to pull it all the way down to resize it, and I
can't take you anywhere. This is what happens when I'm invited to things.
I mean,
or if I invite myself, I've invited myself pretty much.
With all respect, this is what happens on my damn streams.
Oh, it just happens like this all the time. I always come in too late, like when you're doing it like an hour later. So I don't think I ever see the mess ups.
I mess everything up, dude. I am bad at this, but I'm trying my best.
I'm sure you are.
And that's all I can do.
You're right.
But now I have another problem. Once again, the song title is not showing up. It showed up for a second, and then I deleted it on accident. I did something. Okay. Oh, you know what?
Smelly boy.
No, you know what happened? Pretzel crashed.
Oh, good job. Well, good job to Pretzel, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll get that back up. Get that music back and going, so we got some nice ambient tunes in the background.
Get some nice tasty tunes in the background.
You okay? You on something today, dude?
No.
Okay.
I'm just not on a podcast, so I don't have to be like ready to continue the flow, if you know what I mean.
I know. I'm messing with you, man.
That's like the hardest part about doing that is like you have to be constantly thinking of something. Otherwise, there's just dead silence and gaps.
Yes.
Like, yeah, you can fix it in post, but we do it live, so it's a lot harder.
Yes.
If we were to record this, it would be so much easier, but I don't want to. I love like watching the chat like go by and people actually get to hear it as it goes. I don't know.
Yes.
We could totally record it, but I feel like that we would lose an element of something.
Well, I mean, this will go live on my channel after it's all done, so... Or not go live, but go up my channel, too, so...
Yeah, same thing with the podcast. Everything there is unedited. I can edit the Spotify, Google Podcast thing, but I would have to then take the video down that goes up after the stream, which takes forever to process. That podcast took a full day to go back, to go up after it went live.
Wow.
Yeah, it took forever, and I don't know why. I blame the economy, but that's just me.
I blame the economy.
I blame the economy. Thanks, Obama.
It's appropriate to say that now. At this exact time, it's appropriate.
Thank you.
What?
So what have you been doing?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah. I put out today's video. That was a significant portion of my day.
That's good. Or not. I don't know. Is it good?
I would have preferred it taking less
Do you
time.
consider that video good? Oh.
Do I consider the video good?
Yes.
Have you seen my videos?
I have, and I think they're very good.
Okay, then yeah, it's good. Cool.
Okay. I'm pulling you. I'm just gonna say okay after everything.
Okay.
Okay. No, you gotta do the little one, like where you just like start the word very strong, and you end it. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Cool. Whatever.
I love that we've done 2 podcasts and you're already picking up on my nuances.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I have to be able to read you.
That's true. That is true.
I have to be able to like, well, what about this? And you'd be like, oh yeah.
I'll be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Like, when we were doing the game thing in Discord, before you were getting like totally frustrated with me, there was like points where I was just like, no, but I couldn't find that, and you're like, all right. Okay.
I mean, there comes a point where there's not much more to say, right?
Not when you're me. There's always something to say when you're me.
That's fair.
Like, I don't ever shut up. Ever.
That is true.
That is true. You can back that up. I just don't stop talking.
I did back it up, and I will say it again. That is true.
Mm-hmm. Especially on the podcast. And I really gotta stop that.
I mean,
there's other people there.
I mean, I think Spikaria did all right.
She talked a lot more than you did, but that's because you're not used to it. And she also isn't used to it, so I don't know what I'm getting at.
I mean, I'm not used to it because I don't talk to people.
Right.
I still have the introvert going like hardcore in my mind, so the podcast does well. Like is doing well for me. Like you said, nope. Like I said, one of us said it.
Somebody said it.
I don't know. Maybe it was Patience. It wasn't. Okay. As time goes on, I will, probably get more talkative. And it was me that said it last time. As topics become more, nope, words no good.
Words don't work no more.
As topics become ones that I'm passionate about, I will talk a lot more on them. So.
Right. And you can just like bring up whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really matter as long as it's not like super controversial and you don't get us taken down.
So who are you voting for in November? I'm kidding. Don't answer that.
Yeah, it's not a.
I'm joking.
Normally, I would on one-on-one, I would be totally okay with it.
No, I'm fine. I was kidding.
Yeah.
That just seemed like a good response too, as long as it's not something that'll get us.
I don't think like who we were for would get us taken down.
I don't do.
We like started screaming at each other.
I don't mean like taken down from YouTube. I mean like canceled. Or losing viewers and that kind of thing. I don't.
Right.
Plus my my channel is, as I've decided, not a place for politics. So.
Cool.
I will not take.
Don't ask political questions.
I will not. I don't mean to get political, but what the fuck is oatmeal? You ever seen that picture? That was a stupid ass meme.
No.
I can't remember what the picture is of. Oh, it's Garfield. It's Garfield doing a T-pose, and it's deep fried all JPEG-like. And it says, I don't mean to get political, but what the fuck is oatmeal?
I don't mean to get political, but have you woken up this morning and you fucking breathe? Like, what's going on? I only said fuck because you said fuck.
Hang on.
As soon as you said it, I'm like, alright, I can say it like once or twice.
I was informed the music is still too loud.
Let me hear it. Let me hear this. Hold on.
Okay, who else? Music is a little too loud. Christine Baker. Okay. I mean, it's at like -20. How is it?
I think the stream itself is just really low. Like our voices and the music is like is louder, but it's like everything is like super low.
Turn you back up. Okay, you're at -5. I'm at -4. The music is -24.8 because I didn't type a number. If the music
numbers are you typing?
I'm on OBS. I'm doing the volume levelers, the audio mixers.
Ah.
So if
wondering why I sound like such shit.
That's just your voice. I'm kidding. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
I can't understand it.
Okay. Oh, Anime said much better. It is low. My volume is on high. Keep it PG-13. She also says much better. Everyone's saying much better. So was it just Dark that was too quiet, or was it both of us and the music too loud? I'm trying my best here. Patience says it's better too, so I'm guessing it's better. Okay, it's all better now.
He's so better.
Okay, chat friends.
Hello.
How are you all doing tonight? I know I kind of asked that, but I did not pay attention to what any of you said, so please say it again.
So say exactly what you said before, but for a second time.
Anime said you were both low as fuck. Low AF. Thanks, Anime. Tell him to keep it PG-13 and you're dropping that. Okay.
Yeah, my girlfriend is super notable by the way, in being in streams and not saying when there's stuff wrong. She will hop in every single one of my streams, and I'll be like, and somebody else will come in, and they'll be like, "Yo, your mic sounds like ass," and I'm like, "What?" And I realize it's like connected to my Oculus, and then I'm like, "Wait, babe, you've been here the whole time. You didn't say anything?" She's like, "I didn't want to be rude." I'm like, "I can't stream if you don't tell me these things."
I mean,
I thought it was just me.
Like I said, dude, I played half an hour of Dead by Daylight with no sound.
Oh man.
And nobody told me the sound wasn't on, because again, they thought that was part of the ambiance of the conversation. I'm like, no, I wanted you guys to hear the game. It wasn't intentional.
Like, what, you know, the fun, I guess, of streaming Dead by Daylight is to hear like all the creepy sounds and
the screaming in the background.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so is anyone gonna tell me how you're doing tonight? I mean, I asked that question and nobody's answered.
I'm doing.
Ah, Dark is doing.
I'm doing. I'm always doing. Whether it's doing good or doing bad, I'm always doing.
It's always doing.
I'm doing. That's how I feel, bro. That's how I feel.
That's how you feel, bro.
Yeah.
That's how you feel, bro.
This is how I act on a normal day-to-day basis. So if I sound off to you, this is just how I talk.
You're fine. I mean, that's alright. Oh, Anime with the "I'm fine, how are you?" I'm good. Thank you for asking.
It's also, we haven't really talked like one-on-one in a voice chat where it wasn't supposed to be like content-based, I guess. The same thing, it's why when we did the game thing, it was still like you can tell I was loosening up a little bit. Like I was talking to you like I knew you for like 10 years, but it was still a little weird because, you know, it's weird meeting people over the internet. It's weird trusting somebody with your whole self when you don't actually know them. So I opened up more and more as you know me. When you know me for a year, you're gonna hate me. You probably already do, but you're gonna hate me a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah. I love the lack of it tonight.
No, what I was gonna say is, I'm just like that with people in general. I don't open up like whatsoever. If I begin to trust people, yeah, I will open up more. As you know, as we've talked about, like random stuff.
Right.
As some of the chat knows, PA knows. Nightmare would know if she was here, but I know she's very busy this weekend. If anyone's asking where she is.
Where's she at?
I don't know where she's at. I just know she's very busy this weekend.
Well, not enough info. I need more than that.
Well, then go ask her.
I don't know how.
Twitter? You could tweet her. You could...
Do I look like a bird?
No, I'm the bird, bro. Come on now. Really?
Do I look like a bird?
Do I look like a bird to you? No. I know.
Do I look like a fucking bird to you, dude?
Yes.
Come on. What do you take me for, bud?
So, Dea, I'm tired but good. I'm sorry you're tired. Thank you for joining us, though. Appreciated. I gotta read the rest of this thing. Because remember, dude, my streams, whenever I chat, are with the chat. You are second to them, my man.
Oh, all right. I never... Okay,
I'm kidding. I've never had
the aggressiveness, but I wasn't, like, trying to take anything. Like...
No, I know.
That was really, I like it. Do it again.
PA over here with I'm doing good. Raven, how are you, buddy? I'm excited for the 3-day weekend. Every day is a weekend when you don't have a job. I'm good.
That hurts.
I'm gonna change.
That hurts.
I know. I'm
that
good.
Fucking hurt my soul.
Gonna change the color and shape of my nails tonight. That sounds interesting.
Send pics. I want pics.
Send pics to Dark. He wants to know how he should do his nails so you guys can match.
Yeah.
Anime
I want them
said,
fire nails.
And are you posting a pic? Anime asked her already. Let's see. Oh, cool in the nails. I did ask about beautiful. Thank you for answering, Ray Ray. No problem. Hey guys, how's it going?
How's it going, dude?
So I don't know if it's ROM or RAM, and I apologize. Could you tell me, is it RAW like RAW or Ray like Ram the animal? I don't want to say it wrong, so let me know. Dustin, yes, we posting results in Discord. Sweet, going to look or tag. Hey Anime, I will. I would pay money to see Bae's. Nah, Anime said she would pay money to see your nails painted.
Well, she's the girl, so she'll have to paint my nails.
Oh, well, that's fair.
I'm not doing. I don't know what to
I'll do it for you.
No.
I'll paint your nails, bro.
Don't touch them.
I got you covered, bro.
Don't touch them.
I got you covered, bro.
I don't like it.
Wow, Raven, way to ruin my excitement, man, for my 3-day weekend. Hey, you can enjoy your 3-day weekend. Because you know what? I may say every day's a weekend, we don't have a job, but whenever you're putting out a video every day, it feels like there is no weekends. Ram like the anime. Okay. Hello, Ram, where to animations? And
Hello.
Sweet devil faces. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So saith anime to you.
Not the devil faces. Just having PTSD over here. Don't mind me.
It's alright. Patience,
Oh,
I'm
why
liking
me?
the voices tonight. He's the more animated one than I am, dear. He's... I'm doing...
She was cackling at how frustrated you were getting at me.
Oh, with the game?
when we were playing, I was playing the game. You're just like, it's right fucking there.
Yeah.
You just hear her cackling in the background.
That's, that's a lot of my streams, honestly. Whenever I go live, she's always there, and she typically has something to laugh at. Anime, is everyone not working for the weekend?
I'm not working ever.
I'm not. I mean, tomorrow
I probably have a job.
Nice.
I'm just waiting on those drug test results.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Patient. Uh-oh. You said a bad thing there, Dark.
What did I say?
Well, Anime said Patience has a beautiful laugh. Thank you, not a cackle.
If she's laughing loudly, it's a cackle.
Look,
if
dude.
it's a laugh and a giggle and it's loud, it's a cackle. It's not a what is cuter thing. She loves to argue with me over the dumbest shit. Oh.
Alright, guys, that's the stream. Have a good night. I'm gonna mute myself and just let Dark control it from here on out. So
I don't want it. Don't make me do it.
Oh, come on, this is my road to 4,000 hours, bro. We know this. That's why I titled it. Because I was like, hey, let's.
You do longer streams than I do. How long do you honestly think I can hold this down?
It's been half an hour so far, so maybe another 10
No,
minutes.
it is not.
I have been live for 29 minutes and 13 seconds.
I feel like we were talking for like 5.
I agree.
That's just how much I love you.
I know, man. I know. It's okay. It's okay, bro. We got you. I got you. I have output a whopping total of 988 megabytes. I've already pushed out a freaking gig of data doing this stream.
You're gonna say something way different, but it's okay.
I've already pushed out a gigabyte of data doing that. I'm not acknowledging what you said. We're still sitting at 1920 by 1080 at 30 frames per second.
Nice.
Have, however, lost 18 frames. That's disappointing.
It's because of me.
Yeah.
I take up too much data, dude.
You have stolen.
My data is just huge. There's so much data, dude.
Okay. Anyway.
Did you say it before you started?
Did I say what?
That I like. Are you on something?
No, that was part of the stream, dude.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, we were live.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Whenever it said please stand by, they couldn't hear us, but whenever it switched over, they could. So.
Well, this is just unfortunate.
You said no.
Yeah, but everybody can lie. I'm not. But everybody can lie.
You're sitting here talking about how you're waiting for the test to come back for your job.
Yep. That's true.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that since you're saying I'm just waiting for the test to come back, you're probably going to be all right.
No, yeah, there's nothing going to come back.
No, yeah, I'm going to ping for crack. I'm going to ping for... I just want
crack cocaine.
I'm shooting for a high score here.
I'm hoping it comes back with shit I don't even know that's inside me.
And trace amounts of urine.
What? Yeah, I inject myself with urine every night. It's great. Just wake up, little pee. There we go. And that's how we do it.
You know, there are probably people out there who do that as a quote-unquote
oh yeah,
health
100%.
regimen.
Health regimen.
I said
No wait, there is like a group of people that think putting like piss in your eye.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I saw a thing where it's like, you know, there's a large amount of discharge happening in my eyes after I put urine in. Is there anything that can like make it so it doesn't do that? Yeah, just don't put fucking pee in your eyes. It's that simple.
Have you ever heard of pink eye? Cause yeah.
I call that yellow eye.
True that. Ram says
Or,
some people do drink.
Depending on your hydration, dark orange eye.
And if it's a bad day, red eye.
Oh god. If you drink a lot of soda, it could be dark orange.
Yeah.
If you drink a lot of water, it doesn't even look like pee.
This stream has gone south so quickly.
I mean, you talked about the traces of urine.
Well, because you were talking about a drug test, and
Yeah, but nothing. Why would urine?
was it not a urine test? Was it not a urinalysis test?
No, it wasn't.
You didn't say that.
All right, that's not my fault. How would I? How was I supposed to know that's what you're talking about?
I was
thought
making.
you meant like. I thought. So now I'm confused.
I was making a joke because if it was a urinalysis test, you'd have all that stuff and traces amount of urine. It would be a ha-ha.
Well, no.
It would be, you know what, dude?
It was something that you put like in between your gum and your cheek, and you sit there and you wait for the color on the stick to go blue, and then you know it has enough.
I haven't done a drug test since like 2009.
I'm sure they still do pee tests in other places. Like my friend who worked at a place called Sanofi Pasteur, which is like a vaccine place, and he needed to have like 3 urine tests per 2 weeks to make sure that he wasn't doing anything.
Nice.
And that was like every other month as you're working there to make sure, you know, you don't create a global pandemic.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I've had to do 1 drug test in my life, and that was whenever I went to work for Toyota, because I was the guy who drove the customer cars into the car wash, washed them, and took them to the customer. So they wanted to make sure I wasn't doing drugs while driving cars, I guess.
But how else are you supposed to drive cars?
Right?
Like, that's the only way to drive a car.
Agreed.
Drugs.
Right? Ironically, Pizza Hut did not care. Blockbuster did not care.
Of course Pizza Hut didn't care. Pizza Hut is... the CEO is on drugs.
Yeah, the managers were all stoners.
Yeah.
Let's see. Pizza Hut didn't care. Blockbuster didn't care. The warehouse didn't give a crap, of course. It was a warehouse.
Yeah.
Call center did not care. Some of the people that worked there should have been on drugs, so they didn't scream a lot. Best day working at the call center. I felt bad for the guy because he clearly had a mental issue, or a breakdown at least.
Yeah.
Because it was an inbound call center. People who have whatever their ISP is, like they can't connect to the internet at home, so they call the place. You walk them through step 1, which is unplug your router, plug it back in. Did that work? Okay, you're good. A handful of steps like that. There was one day, this one guy apparently got a call that he could not, like, the person just pissed him off, or he was just in a bad mood, because he just stood up and he screamed, "You are such a fucking idiot, I can't believe," and just like non-stop for 5 minutes, and then he threw his headset down and walked away.
Did he ever come back?
No.
Oh.
No, that was him quitting, I guess.
Oh. Nice.
It was funny. Like, I mean, it was sad because obviously this guy had lost his, like, he lost it on this person. But at the same time, I could just imagine being that person on the other end, just like, well, I'm gonna call back.
I'll be back.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I have to admit, there were some people who made me feel like I was going to lose my freaking mind. Whenever I worked
I'm gonna
there.
be honest though, I'm probably not gonna take this job. There's just too many like things that I can't do. Currently don't have a car, right?
Okay.
I can't do what they want me to do as far as shifts because of that. They require opening 8. I can do 8. I can get there because my uncle goes in at 8 to his job, so he can drive me there.
Right.
But getting home, it would go till like 11. There's literally not one person I know that can get me, and the buses don't stop running after 9. And Lowe's would be about a 2.5 hour walk home in the dark if I didn't have a car. So that's a major if, and I think I have another option too, like a guaranteed option in to another place, which my uncle works at, and it would be 8 to 5 just like him. So I would never have to worry about getting there or coming back because we would just go and leave at the same time.
Right. Right.
And the pay's not that much different. I think it's $11.50 at my uncle's, and it's about 12 something at Lowe's. So it's not that much of a difference. Plus, Lowe's can't give me full time because I don't have an open to close thing. So I would be making part-time hours. But my uncle's would be full time.
Right.
I'm more leaning towards my uncle's thing.
Understandably.
I just wanted to go in for an interview to see what Lowe's would be like, and I just wasn't getting a good vibe from that place. It felt like nobody cared. I walked in and the managers were just all over the place. Like they were just standing around talking. The only manager who couldn't see me because he had to deal with like a really, really pissed off customer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not surprised that retail workers don't care.
Yeah. Managers especially.
Right. Especially with everything that's going on now. Do you really think they give a shit?
No. But I'm not going to work for them if that's the case.
No, right. I understand that.
Especially if I did have another option, then I would obviously take it.
Right.
But I do have another option.
Okay.
So I'm not. I don't know. I've been thinking about it a lot. It's been giving me a lot of anxiety. Like right now, my anxiety is like slamming through my roof right now.
You could always do the old coin flip.
I always end up hating the decision that comes with the coin flip. Because I'm like, please, the other thing.
Well, if nothing else, it'll at least show you which one you actually want. That's kind of the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, whatever I flips on, and if it lands on it, I get sad.
Right.
Like...
So we dropped to 5 and now 7 concurrent viewers. We had
That's me.
Up to
it's
11.
Of me.
Yeah, we had up to 11. We're down to 7. Chat's kind of slowed down. They're all tired. They're all going to bed.
Going to bed?
I'm just kidding. I'm just talking.
Going to bed?
Yeah.
Going to bed?
Yeah.
Bed?
I said exactly.
Who goes to bed anymore? Sleep is for the weak.
I just go until I literally pass out on the floor and can't do anything. I'm like half dead half the time.
I don't think I ever tweeted out your stream. I didn't.
That's okay.
Shit. Here, I'll mute myself so I don't have the clickety-clackities.
And hello. Dea said you keep ignoring me. I'm not ignoring you. You said what's going on here, and I continued the conversation so we could figure out what the hell was going on here. Because I don't even know. Ram, I'm going to have to leave soon, too. That's alright. Grill duties. Well, hey, that is a valid reason to leave. Like, I need to go fire up my grill sometime.
I can't tell if that's grill duties or that's just him saying girl in a trolley-like way.
I feel like he's saying grill, like he's going to grill food. As people do in the near end of summer.
Nah, dude. Nobody grills in the summer. I grill outside when it's like 50 degrees below zero. And there's
Okay.
like 6 feet of snow on the ground.
I feel like up there you don't get that cold, but that's okay.
No, but we got pretty close.
Okay.
We got, I think last winter was negative 25.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was really bad. No snow, though. It was just blistering cold.
That sucks. Ram says, by the way, oh, birthday grill duties to be exact. Okay, so yeah, it's grill, bro. You gonna be grilling some stuff, bro. PA was repairing his glasses. I guess that's important. And Daya said, alright, don't get mad, man. I'm not mad. I ain't mad at you, Daya. You good.
We ain't mad at you, girl.
You're good.
Girl. In the Philippines, it's always summer. Oh, damn.
You gonna start reading the chat for me? You gonna take over? Is this your stream now, bro?
Yeah.
You know, I could end that with a simple click of a button.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
That was a very strange noise you made.
I'm not used to being on somebody else's stream.
It's okay. Christine's back. Hello, hello.
Plus, I'm a mod on like my friends and stuff, so I'm always reading the chat because he always misses it.
Ah.
So I'm like, dude, you're not reading your chat.
PA says, I need them to see, so yeah, important. Alright. I guess singing is important.
Seeing is believing.
Sure.
I just love it that you're at the point of just like, cool, man. Whatever.
That's just me, though. I don't... I'm a fairly chill person unless you piss me off. And by the way, PA dared me to. I'm not gonna hang up on him right now. Not yet. He's got to stick around for at least the first 3 hours.
Woo!
Daya, I have something important to tell you all. Please, do tell.
Spill the beans.
Oh, Anime said spill your tea, but okay.
Spill the beans. Are they Bush's baked? I'm eating ice cream. Blasphemy. Blasphemy.
I've never been so disappointed.
I was expecting like a big like. I'm moving to the Caribbean with
no.
my
I
Mexican
want
boyfriend.
ice cream. I'm disappointed I don't have ice cream, and that Daya does.
I can make you ice cream.
You do realize you're pretty damn far away from me.
I will mail it to you in a freezer.
You gonna mail me an entire freezer?
Yeah, and it's gonna be plugged in, and the ice cream will be in there.
You could always just do like the dry ice styrofoam container thing.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say, but I couldn't fucking think of what I was trying to say.
Nope, now it's a whole freezer.
Oh, now I gotta. What? Well, I never said what kind. I'm just gonna send you a big deep freezer, like a meat freezer.
That's what I'm going for.
Like, I'm gonna send you just like the room of an industrial like Walmart freezer where they keep all like their pallets.
I'm cool with this. I'll put it in my garage.
That'd be so dope to just have an entire room like that in your house for all like your stuff. You never run out of space.
Right. And in the summer, you just turn it down as low as you turn it, like, you know, as warm as you can, so it's still like 40 to 30 degrees, and you just go sleep in there.
Yeah, dude. I'd do that. I'd totally like put a TV in there.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. And this is our guest bedroom. Jesus Christ, why is it so cold?
That's literally a freezer. Most of our guests are dead.
Now get in, and you just lock them in.
As I said, it's like most of our guests are dead, so...
There's just a pile of bodies. They get in there, and they're like, wow, why is it so cold in here? And then they look over and they see the pile of dead bodies in the corner. And then you already closed the door.
I like this idea.
Second $1,200 stimulus checks are still on the table. No, they're not!
Bro, I said no politics.
I'm sorry.
Now you owe me $1,200.
I don't have it.
I don't care. I'm waiting.
What if I cry?
What if you cry?
What if I cry?
I'll make it $1,300.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do I make the money go down? Hello?
I don't even care anymore.
I care. I wasn't trying to be political. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm messing with you, dude. Trust me. Okay, if you do something to screw up, you'll know whenever I get serious.
You just get like a really cute baby voice.
Yeah. I'm
That'd
like,
be adorable.
God damn it, Dark, why would you do that?
Yeah. He's just like... Wait, the way you said it... Have you ever watched SAO?
No.
Like the English dub?
No, need to. Okay.
Well, in the English dub, there's I can't ever remember his name, but it's this this friend of I'm not gonna say that because we want to watch it. Spoilers.
It's fine for me.
There's a kid in there.
Okay.
And his high-pitched voice was exactly like yours. Like,
okay.
Oh my god, no! It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
All right. Sounds like
You're annoying me. That's what I'm trying to say. No, I'm kidding.
Oh shit.
Oh, that red end call button's looking mighty fucking tasty.
Where's my Discord window?
No, don't do it. I love you. I'm sorry.
No, don't do it. I love you. I'm sorry.
Jeez. Wait, what is that? You sounded like some character.
I don't know. I just caused a lot of blood to rush to my head, and I'm getting lightheaded.
Now I got a fucking migraine.
Now I'm dying. Thanks, bro.
Thanks, dude. How's it going, dude? Staying away from the alcohol?
Yes, I don't drink.
Okay.
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 Dea said, fellas, be nice. Yeah.
Fine.
Nice,
Fine.
yeah.
Fine. All right.
Christine says you have a Discord Raven. I do, actually. I share a Raven with some weirdo. I share a Raven? I share a Discord with some weird... God, I'm... Oh, no! I said
I'm Discord and I share a Raven.
Damn it, dude!
I was waiting for you to be like, wait.
Yes, I do actually have a Discord. I share it... I'm not gonna... No, I share it with this guy right here that I'm talking to. I don't remember his name. He doesn't... Whatever.
I don't have a name.
No. Jack? Your name is
Sure.
Jack now.
Okay.
I got nothing.
Hello.
Hello, my name's Jack. How you doing?
I'm the...
Dark, what's the link to our server?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
You're not a mod though, so you can't post it.
Oh, why am I not a mod?
I'm not a mod on yours, I don't believe. I don't think I've ever actually been to one of your live streams.
No, you've always just been a part of it.
Yeah, everyone I've been to,
you haven't
I've
ever
been
talked in
part of.
chat.
That's true.
Can I not post a link?
No, it won't work.
I tried.
Post something in chat. I'll make you a mod.
I did just now.
No.
I'm waiting for it to update for you though.
Really? Because it says so professional here, from anime.
What? I'm supposed to be right before that.
I don't know this guy, so I guess that's why I'm here today. Oh.
Okay, I said hello.
It just posted, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, your internet sucks. Put user in
what?
timeout, ban.
No, it's also because you're in Central and I'm in East.
Oh, is that why your chat is taking longer?
Yeah.
It's got to come across the country.
Because anime is in Texas, so that's why hers pops up before mine.
You know, you sound almost serious.
I am serious.
That doesn't make sense.
Why doesn't that make sense? You're both in Central. Obviously, you would get her message before mine.
No, that's not how that works.
That is how that works, especially for live streaming.
Oh, here we go. That's not how that works because this live stream is hosted on Google server, not my laptop.
But it's running to my internet.
But it doesn't matter. It's...
Oh my god. I'm just telling you what I know from live streaming on YouTube and Twitch for the past 8 years.
Are you really going to challenge me on networking?
I'm not trying to challenge you, I'm just telling you what I know.
And I'm telling you you're wrong.
I'm not.
You are.
Okay.
That's not how internet connectivity works. Everything is pulled into a Google server. That's how the stream works. So the chat is as the messages are received on Google's end, not my end. I have nothing to do with this. I can close this window and it won't matter whatsoever because my end is a basically I'm an extension of their network at this point in time. So whenever you send a thing to the chat, it's going to Google. I don't know why yours took longer. It has nothing to do with location. Central to Eastern to Midwest or to Western to Mountain, it has nothing to do with it.
Sure.
And goodbye. And block.
Okay.
Bro, I have an associate's degree in computer network systems. I have a master's in information security.
And I have experience. I'm just telling you what I know and I've witnessed while doing this for so long.
Oh boy. Okay.
They are married, it's so obvious.
Ladies, you're both beautiful.
He's gonna divorce me like 5 seconds from now.
No, that's good.
Oof.
What?
It's not good.
It's good?
Don't divorce me.
I'm not gonna divorce you, bro. You're cool. You're cool, bro. We good. We okay. That's fine. You can have your experience. That's fine. And if that's how it works, I'll eat the hat I'm wearing right now, and I'm not wearing a hat, so you know what? No hats are gonna be.
I'm not trying to prove you wrong. Just saying that. I'm just saying what I've witnessed. That's all.
No, I understand, but anecdotal experience does not equal technological knowledge.
Correct. But Google is also fucked. So is...
We can agree on that.
So is Twitch.
We can agree on that, too. Because Twitch is owned by Amazon, so it's all fucked. Okay, Dea asked who you were. Dark, for those in my chat, for those that listen to my videos that don't know who you are, introduce yourself. Who are you?
I am a fellow horror narrator. I'm an avid fan of Raven. He is my co-host on my podcast, and he's a wonderful co-host. And I just do pretty much the same thing he does, just with a different cadence, and I choose different stories, and I have a different, like, I guess, style. He's more leaning towards the, I guess, the true stuff. He does more true stuff than I do, and I kind of lean more towards variety, like creepypastas, SCPs, true stuff. You can find pretty much everything.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's who he is. He is another narrator, like he said. I do more true stuff than he does, like he said. But yeah, I also do a lot of
people like other things. Like right, well, I was doing true stuff for a while, and I'm just like, I can't do it anymore.
True stuff is only twice a week. The rest of the time it's it's fiction. But on the other side of that is I make it a point to do stories that people probably haven't read or heard narrated before. I kind of push toward that, and I know that does hurt my channel because I'm not doing these big no-sleep names. Like, I was a therapist for 7 years, and my daughter's dog ate my foot. I don't know. I don't like no-sleep.
I like some no-sleep. Like the guy we're having on, not this week, but the next week. Mm-hmm. He does no-sleep stories, and he's superb. He's such a great writer.
Let me rephrase my statement. I don't like No Sleep, the subreddit.
Yeah,
the authors
I can agree with that.
A lot of the authors are fine. I've worked with several of them. Dustin, the guy that, not PA, but Dustin, the guy that wrote 13th. My Hotel is the 13th Floor and had me narrate it. He posted all in No Sleep before his account got trashed by the admins for some dumb reason. There was another author I've worked with quite a few times that does No Sleep stuff, and a lot of the authors are fine. My problem is whenever you go to the front page of No Sleep and you read the titles of the story and it's just like, are you serious? Leave some mystery for the goddamn story.
The whole title is just like, I walked down the street and then someone followed me and then they stabbed me in the face, and then that's just the whole story. But
I like how you said that in like Sing Song. It's like the title was a song. That's good.
It just keeps going up.
Yeah.
Just keeps going up the C scale.
I was walking down the street, and then some guy walked up to me, and he stabbed me in the face, and then I died again. Part 3.
Part 3!
So I'm on no sleep right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna regret this because I'm gonna read one of these titles, and it's gonna be some author I work with in the future. They're gonna be like, "No, you're an asshole." Then I'm gonna get canceled. I'm gonna get canceled by the Watchdogs.
I'm always worried about that. Like, I say something because I think it, and immediately it just comes out of my face, and then I'm always worried that whatever group I said that about, someone's gonna see that. And it's not like super bad, but I'll be like, yeah, a lot of some of the no sleep artists are kind of mean, and like they don't ever want to work with you. Like, just not like work with you as like let you narrate, but like work with you to try to figure out how to make this work. I've had that happen so many times. Or like, well, can you pay me for it? I'm like, yeah, what are you asking? And it'll be like I don't know, like a story that lasts 10 minutes maybe.
Right.
And they'll be like, $45. And I'm like, what? I can go on Amazon and buy the entire Harry Potter book series for less than that. Are you serious?
You can go to Fiverr and commission someone to write you a story for $10.
Yeah, like $45? Like, don't gas yourself up, man. You're on Reddit.
I've literally done that. There's one author on Fiverr that I really like working with, Alicia something. I can't remember her name.
I didn't even know that they do that.
Yeah, no, it's $10 and it's like a 3,000 word story.
Damn, dude.
So
I'm gonna have to go on
minutes.
Fiverr and check out some authors.
Just be careful, because some of them are ripoffs. Like, look at the reviews.
Yeah, I always do that. I've been on eBay long enough to know how to properly check a seller.
Yeah, you get it.
But, yeah.
But no, like I said, I've worked with her twice, and both stories that she wrote for me were fantastic and well received. One was a really cool twist on like the Pied Piper, like a modernized twist of that. It was pretty cool. The other one was the Cliff. It was a good story. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can get some good authors there, and for $10, I mean, you're gonna charge me $45 for your Reddit story that everyone's already read. And here's my thing. Let me say this. Before anyone decides to cancel me or say that I don't give a shit about authors, okay? I am a self-published author with 4 novels to my name. 4. First 3 novels are a trilogy, all of them 300 pages. Final novel is 600 pages, first part of a series. I am an author first. I have been an author since 2014-ish. So.
Same.
There you go. So. Whenever I trash authors, I'm not trashing them, but whenever I talk negatively about authors, I am saying so from a position that has knowledge and experience with how people take written work. Okay? I have no problem with you coming at me saying, hey, you have to pay me for my story,
right,
if I intend to make money. Now, okay, here's my thing. If you came to me with one of my novels and said, hey, I want to read your entire novel on my channel, I'm not going to pay you for it, I'd be like, can we work something out? Okay, can you at least buy the novel from me? How about that?
And then I'll let you narrate it.
Right. Like, you give me $15, I give you this 600-page novel, and we're good. But if I'm coming to you and you have a 1,500-word story posted freely on Reddit, and you want to charge me $45, you can kiss my fat ass. Just saying.
Yeah, it's honestly bullshit what certain authors expect from their own work, like on No Sleep, I mean, and I'm like, dude, if you really wanted that type of money, you're not in the right area. Like, it's not gonna come from you randomly thinking of how a monster can swallow a person whole out of their wall and post it on creepypasta or whatever.
Right.
That's not where that majority of money's gonna come from.
No.
Of course you could build up something like 5 narrators purchase a $10 story. There you go.
Right.
But
that's the thing.
You're never gonna get a bulk like, well, I want $100 for my story that'll only take 5 minutes to read. I'm like, you need to revalue where you are.
So,
like,
really quick. Excuse me. Sorry, my throat's bothering me now all of a sudden. Yeah. One second,
it's
guys.
me. I'm in your throat.
Don't ever say that again. Anyway. No, I got water, but like I'm just, yeah. Christine said, she said, and this is a valid point, and I want to address it. She said, well, y'all have to think about how much time they have to spend. I agree with that. I spent over a year writing most of my novels. I understand that entirely. But if you have a 2,000-word story posted on Reddit, don't come to me and tell me that story took you months. Because if you spent months writing 2,000 words, there's a problem.
You wouldn't put it on Reddit.
Exactly, that too.
You wouldn't put it on Reddit.
And you made me lose my train of thought, dude.
Sorry.
No, you're good, because you're right. That's basically what I was going with that. If your passion is writing, I completely support you, and I'm all about that. Do it. But write your stories and have an expectation, number one, that people will read your stories for free at some point in time. It's going to happen regardless of how you look at it. There was a website recently, I think they're shut down now, but they were caught pulling self-published KDP books off of... Okay, hang on. Dea, why are you leaving? Did I say something to upset you? I'm sorry. I would like to know what I said if I upset you. I do apologize. I'm not trying to upset you. I'm trying to give perspective. And again, as I said, once I get passionate about something, I'll talk more about it. Anyway, there was a website that was caught pulling books from KDP and giving them away in torrents. Oof. Now, these are self-published authors like me, like you, those of us who have made at most, $5 a book from a printed version. And that's the thing. And maybe I'm just a bad author as far as selling goes. I have given my book away to more people, probably to the same number of people that have bought it, okay? And I do that because Amazon tries to charge customers $24 for my novel. I don't like that, because their minimum was like $21. I'm like, okay, I need to make at least 3, but I can buy the copies for 7. Or no, Dragonfly's 10, but whatever. So I sell them for 15. Anyway. My point is, you have to anticipate that somebody will read your story without paying for it. If you want to be an author, the most important thing is getting your name out there, becoming associated with your craft, and having people look at you and say, hey, you are a professional author, you are good at what you do, I am willing to pay you for your art.
There we go, now the link works.
There you go.
I forgot to post that.
Son of a bitch. Alright guys, hey, he posted the link to the Discord. If you're not in our Discord, please do join if you would like to.
I was just posting it for Christine because I forgot that she asked like 20 minutes ago.
Right, but if anyone else isn't in there, they can join too.
Right.
Come on, it's not the most active Discord server I've ever been in.
But I'm trying to get it to be.
He is trying.
I'm trying to get more people in it and realize that it can be a place where you can just, voice your opinion and talk and just have fun.
Right, and I would prefer if everyone would join in there. I try to be as active as I can. I suck at Discord, just full stop.
I try to talk as much as I can. It's kind of hard though, because I keep forgetting it's there.
Anime says this is exactly what's going to happen when Swamp is on for the podcast Tuesday. No, I'm just going to sit there starstruck and not say anything.
Starstruck? Why?
Because he was like one of the first narrators I ever listened to.
Oh, I didn't realize that. You never said that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
I didn't know Swamp Dweller before I got into the horror community, so I think I was only just, like I was talking about on the podcast, how it's kind of intimidating having someone so much bigger than you.
Yep.
Like, just be in your vicinity and being able to just access talking to them immediately. So that was intimidating. But as far as like starstruck go, like I was starstruck when I talked to Mr. Creepypasta the first time, because that's who I watched, like at the very beginning. And I got to play Killing Floor with him. It was fucking, dude, I couldn't even believe I was like alive. It felt like I was dreaming. It was the coolest thing ever. Right.
And that's, I guess I'm not gonna be like crying in the corner like, oh my god.
I just want you to know before we do it that he is one of the nicest and coolest people you'll ever meet. So I'm sure immediately after he starts talking and you start talking to him, it's gonna go away, because that's the feeling it had with me.
Right, but that's the thing. Like I'm not talking like I'm gonna freak out and be like, oh my god, it's him. I'm not gonna be like a 12-year-old at a Good Charlotte concert, But I will be at a point where I'm going to be probably listening very intently to what he says.
Right.
Because
which is going to just be Shrek memes. Be prepared for that.
Okay, that's fine.
That's all he's going to say.
Listen,
He's just gonna meme the whole time.
If he wants to come in with his guitar and just sing All Star by Smash Mouth once and then hang up, dude, let's do it.
He'll be screaming it though.
That's fine. I know his band. I know his music. It's good. But that's what I'm saying is, if that's what he wanted to do, I would. Oh my god, I would love that because that'd be amazing. I'd be like, dude, that was the best interview we've ever done. We'll never match it.
It's gonna be a great thing. I'm super excited about it. Just letting you know about it. He's super iffy about podcast interviews.
Okay.
So if you do have a question for him, just try to keep it like unique, I guess. Don't ask like the same tropes that everybody does. Like, oh, how'd you get started? Like, because he's been asked that about 1,000 times.
Right.
So he's a little like, to get him on a podcast, like for a quote unquote interview type thing. We basically had to say like, all right, if we do, it'll just be like something you probably have never heard of, or it's going to be in detail. It's like, all right.
Right. It would have been best if you just told him, like, yeah, our podcasts are shit. We just talk about random stuff. There were a handful of formal questions to Spikaria, but for the most part, it was just
right
talk.
And I like that. I don't want people to feel pressured that they have to answer questions and like be prepared to say something. Just like talk. That's it. Just chat. I want it to be chill. I want people to listen to it and not have to really focus on what we're saying. It's something in the background.
Right. You want people to be able to click on it, forget it's open, and not care about what we say at all. And just give you the watch hours.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Why do you think we've been in live for the last hour, dude? Come on. I literally called this the road to 4,000 hours. In the description, I literally put, let's pad my watch time.
So you got to be at like 3,500 by now, right? Because you said you had. Really?
Yeah.
Because you said you were just at like, you were like 1,000 away, and you said you added like another 5 for these things.
Well, no. Okay, so that was that. What I showed you was from the last 28 days.
Okay.
So that was getting me to 32. So.
I hate how slow Google updates everything.
Yes.
It's so annoying.
If I may say, what's really, really annoying as well, whenever you have a 24-hour stream going like that, it will occasionally take the watch time from that and add it to your watch time, but not tell you.
Yeah.
Like, so my stream was on for like 5 days, which is what, 120, 100 hours, something
like that.
Anyway, so it was. I stopped it and it said I gained 40 hours. I'm like, it's been on for 5 days. But that's because it randomly takes it out and then gives it to you without telling you. I wish it wouldn't do that. It would just, like, whenever I stopped it, it would tell me how many hours I gained from that stream alone.
Yeah, YouTube analytics is so fucking broken.
Yes.
And like I don't like to talk about profit or anything. But I'll just talk about, I guess, the basics of it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much with Google, like if you're getting stuff in AdSense, it takes until you're like, let's say you got a super chat donation, you would not get any, and you got it on the 28th, at the end of the month, and you're like, oh, awesome! I know that Google AdSense gets updated every month, so I'll get it in my AdSense, and I'll be able to accumulate. No, AdSense does not update YouTube ad revenue or super chats until the 12th to the 15th of each month. You could literally make it on the last day of the month, and you will not get it for another 2 weeks.
Nice.
Yeah. They're fucking assholes. And they take 30% and 40% for ad revenue.
They take 40% and you're still expected to pull 30 of it for taxes.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, 30%
Why am I doing
for super
this?
chats and 40% for ad revenue. It sucks. And I'm not talking about like 40% off of like one video. It's accumulated at the end of all of it. So at the end, they just take a huge chunk.
Nice.
Yeah.
The things I get to look forward to.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, but I'm sure once you get bigger, that chunk starts to become less and less apparent, I guess. I mean, I know they take out more the more money you get, but I guess once you do it longer and you get more money from it, it should start just basically becoming another thing.
Right, it won't matter.
Like you're getting taxes out of your paycheck.
Right, I get that.
Which sucks is that we still would have to pay taxes because we're not getting taxes. Those aren't taxes. That's just YouTube being stingy. It sucks so bad.
That does suck.
I don't know if I'm ready for it. I'm used to just the taxes coming out of my paychecks.
I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know. I mean, that makes it even better. So that puts even more perspective into a while back whenever No Sleep did the whole blackout thing. It was like, if you use our stories, you owe us 35 or 50% of your revenue. And I remember Slumber was like, that doesn't make any sense. We can't. You want us to give you half of something we're already losing half of. So
yeah, and their basis was, I think it was, what was it? They thought one view equaled $1.
I think they were talking like, if you make 1,000 views, you're expected to pay like $100.
Right, because that's how much they thought you got from revenue.
Right, you're not getting $1 every 10 views, guys.
Because I'm pretty sure at some point the amount of views you did get did matter for your revenue. I think I remember that, because then they switched it over to watch time because people were just making absurd amount of money.
Well, right. So, because I remember like way back, several years. I remember watching a video where someone was talking about how every 1,000 views was $1. And I remember Slumber saying, because that was something they used on No Sleep, I believe. And he was like, where the hell are you guys getting that number? That makes no sense. So
I just think the No Sleep community is not in tune with how, obviously, because they're not YouTubers. But that doesn't mean that you just lay whatever you think that you know, as gospel, as a thing that everybody's supposed to follow. Like, how are you going to take something that is ancient, if it did or it did happen, and then just lay it down as facts, and everybody's like, yep, there you go.
And then I remember, because the main person that was like the head of the blackout and Slumber had a conversation, and he was like, oh, you know, we kind of screwed ourselves up, let's fix this. And everyone in No Sleep got pissed at him because he wanted to make it more fair for the narrators. And that's history. It was stupid then, it's stupid now, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Really, I understand the reason for the blackout,
right,
but the argument was not strong.
Right. Like, their heart was in the right place, but they were completely ignorant.
It could have been if the people would understand what is actually going on behind the scenes and realize that that's not how much people make.
Well, and like, not to mention the fact, yeah, I understand blacking out, but you're hurting everybody who's small and big and large. So, like, yeah, you're taking, well, not really. I say that. You're taking your No Sleep stories away from people like Mr. Creepypasta, who already has stories lined up and people that he works with on a daily basis, so he's not getting hurt. People like me and you, who go out there and approach the authors directly saying, hey, can I please use your story? I like how you did this and that. Those are the ones. But now we're tainted.
Yeah, now we're tainted. Now nobody wants to. But the funny part is, I thought that impact would happen. I honestly thought that was going to happen. I don't think there was one point where people were more hostile than they were before the blackout.
Well, like I said, what's funny is, you know, since then I've had, because there was one author I was working with. I'm like, hey, I know you're part of the blackout. I have one of your stories ready. Am I still allowed to use it? And they were like, oh, you're a small channel. You're the kind of person you want to build this reputation with, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, cool. And then a couple weeks later, I asked someone else to use your story, and they're coming back with, how much are you paying me? And I'm like, I'm not monetized. They're like, well, I don't care. Okay, cool. Really quick, there was a question in the chat. The Boggs official had a question. I don't know if they're still in. If they are, great. If not, I'm sorry. You'd have to answer it because I can't. How does AdSense actually work when it comes to word filtering? Do you know that?
Oh, okay. No, I know. I know what he's talking about. Yeah. So they're talking about basically the profanity and like use of certain word filters. Basically, you're given a prompt now. As soon as you get monetized, you're given a prompt to stay monetized. That you have to do this. Basically, you only have to fill out the first tab. There's going to be a thing like within the first minute of the video, you cannot say fuck or something else that's really vulgar. You can say hell or damn, and you can list it as light profanity in the first minute. Or if you say fuck or whatever the thing is, and you list it that you have done that in that specific video, then you're probably gonna have a harder time getting monetized. It's gonna be a hard time getting actual ads on that video.
Right. Okay.
That's pretty much what it is. And it's the same thing with all the other stuff. There's a bunch of parameters like, are you showing this in your video? Are you showing that? And you have to list that. And if they check it and you're lying, they can take you down.
Right.
Yeah, it's more or less not actual ad revenue, but that prompt really means like your video is going to have a harder time getting monetized in general if you don't properly check these boxes and listen to them.
So yeah, yeah, that's
just don't say fuck within the first minute.
No, right, and I've actually heard that. Excuse me. So like, I make it a point to, whenever I do true stories, if there's an F-bomb in there, or hell, if there's typically fuck or shit somewhere in the story, I will just overdo it. Like not overdo it. I won't say that. I'll say something else in its place. I only
do that if it's in the beginning now, just to make sure that I'm okay.
Sure.
After that, as long as it's not, like you said before, I think you said, as long as it's not every other sentence, where they're just constantly using it, then I'll be fine. But if there is in the first minute, I'll cut it out completely.
I'm sorry, Day. I didn't mean to taint your ears there. I was using those as examples that, like I said, if I have a true story where it says that, because if I'm reading like a ghost story, there's no point in me saying I was fucking scared. Just I was terrified.
Right.
I get it's a sentence enhancer to some extent, but you can use better adjectives. I was absolutely horrified that this happened. You don't need to say I was fucking scared.
Right. There's certain points where you can use it and it will emphasize something in a certain way, but it's not. There's some people who are just find it so necessary that's the only way you can make an exclamation proper in a sentence. Christine said someone with 1 million subscribers she watches and they say F word quite a bit. Pay attention. Watch one of their videos and see if they actually say that word in any point in the first minute. You probably haven't noticed because you don't think about it, but if you go back, you're going to start to notice it.
Right. But so like for the most part, I won't replace it if it's in like a fiction story, because I prefer fiction to be intact in its integrity. True story, ghost stories, whatever, creepy encounters. It's not always necessary. It's not necessary in fiction either, but. But in my request, I actually have a post on my subreddit that is a full legal request because I used to work in compliance and governance, so I understand legal requests to some extent. So I have a post that's a legal request that has a section that says I may make minor changes to stories, but will not do anything that will cause harm to the integrity of the story itself. So
right, you're not changing the entire context. You're just changing the way it was, like it was said. Just so it's easier for you to narrate. Right.
So, I have that clause. It's, I've only had like one person ask if I was going to rewrite parts of their story. I'm like, no. I only say that to fix like grammar or potentially reword parts that may be questionable or overtly inappropriate for the video. But for the most part, if I find a part that's overtly inappropriate, I just won't read the story.
I haven't been able to do any story submission videos because I've gotten quite a few story submissions ever since I hit 2K. And all of them seem to be about, in some way, sexualizing children.
That's horrifying.
It's really fucking disgusting. If you are listening and you're a fan of me, do not send me that. I will not read it. I will block you. And you will never, ever hear from me again. Don't do that, man. It's disgusting. No. I'm not going to go into detail because that's disgusting, and I'm obviously not going to destroy your viewers' ears, but basically, like, the thinnest I can go with it is one of the stories was basically about, I guess, an opposite of the coronavirus. Instead of 6 feet, you needed to be as close to someone as you could possibly get, and that meant her daughter being groped by random dudes.
You're, hang on. You've got to be joking me.
Did you get sent the same story?
I might have. I actually might have. There was an author I worked with. I actually read one of their stories, and they were like, hey, you did a great job. I have a couple other stories. A new virus that requires closeness instead of social distancing to kill the virus. So pedophiles, perverts...
Yes!
Oh, come on. No, so one of their stories I read was in my last short story collection because it was really short. And it was an awesome story. And he was like, hey, I've gotten some wild ideas since then. Here, check these out if you want to read any of them. He sent me like 10 of them, so I can maybe just avoid that one.
Yeah, that is somewhere towards the end. It pretty much just goes into that. Like her daughter's coming home and she got apparently groped by a bunch of dudes. And she's like, I can't do anything about it because it needs to happen. And I'm like, that's fucking disgusting.
I agree.
That's so gross.
Yeah, that's a little much for me. I
will not do anything. I will not narrate stories about kids getting harmed or abused in any way. At all.
Yeah, no. I'm
even if it's fake.
You know what?
Like, even if I just ugh. I hate it. Hate it so much.
So I guess I'll just this live stream and the following video that happens on the channel afterwards will live as an attestation to my belief and thought. I completely agree with him. If you want to submit a story to me, that's fine. If you've written stories that are controversial, that's fine. Do not submit anything to me that has anything in that nature. I do not want to be part of that. On a personal level, on a professional level, that's not okay with me. If you want to write that, fine. That is your absolute right to do so. If you want to share it, that says more about you than anything, that's fine.
But don't send it in to us.
But do not submit it to me, and do not expect me to read it. Okay. Full stop.
It's just been every time. Every time I get a story submission, like I've gotten 4 or 5 so far. Every single one has something to do about a kid dying or a kid getting sexually abused. People are so gross, dude.
Yeah, no.
I don't understand this.
No.
It's been killing me for days. I haven't been able to talk to it about like anybody. It's just so ugh. I never thought that would be an issue. Every time I thought about like story submissions, I'm like, oh, dude, I don't have to go look. They're all just fucking sitting there waiting for me. I'm not gonna wait for permission or nothing. They just gave me a signed copy, pretty much.
I'm sorry. And you said that's whenever you do what now?
What?
You.
Did I cut out?
No, I started reading something.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, I always thought story submissions would be cool. I didn't ever think there would be like anything like this to worry about.
I for some reason thought you said like I go somewhere and look at the stories and this is how it is. Technically there is a place like that. It's called the Creepypasta Wiki.
Yeah.
And I understand why people are like, oh, I don't want to read stories from the Creepypasta Wiki. They're like, oh, I'll get sued. Just so everyone knows, if it's posted on the wiki and it's posted by the actual author, that's the only part that gets kind of meh. If it is posted by the author, everything on the Creepypasta Wiki is CC by SA,
yes,
which is Creative Commons by attribution. All that means is you have to say who wrote the story and link back to the page. That's all you have to do.
I love using those stories because I've never ever gotten an issue.
And you never should. And if somebody comes at you
I always make sure that CC thing is at the bottom. Since I only learned about that recently. I had no idea what that was. I looked it up recently and I figured it out and did a lot of tweaking to my stuff before I figured out that that's what you had to do. I didn't know if you actually had to ask the person, which on the Creepypasta Wiki is really hard.
Yes.
Because it makes it basically impossible to talk to the person who posted it.
I left a comment on the thing, and one of the admins was like, go to their talk page and leave a comment so that you can ask. I'm like, I don't know what you just said to me.
Yeah, it's so hard to navigate that fucking website other than reading stories. Like,
but, I do have 2 authors on there that are like, hey, you can read everything I've written on there. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I don't, like, and I do agree with Mia. You still try to ask permission if you can. It is proper etiquette to do so, I do agree. But the other part of that is if you're posting it to a Creative Commons website, you have an expectation that it's going to get used.
Right. I try to on that website specifically, but 9 times out of 10, it's basically impossible to get a hold of them. It's like not that like you message them and they don't reply. That's also the case because a lot of those creepypastas are old as shit and they don't care about them.
Right.
But also, Creepypasta Wiki is hard as hell to navigate.
Yes.
You just can't figure out who wrote something because anybody can actually tweak it.
Agreed.
Anybody can actually edit that story. So if you post a story, somebody has full reign to come in like Wikipedia and change it. And it'll be posted on the archive page, and you'll have to scroll through like 500 pages of things just to find out who the first person was.
Agreed. Fun fact, a lot of the stuff on the SCP wiki is also like that. That's a good thing about anything that's a fandom or a Wikia page, is it's always going to be Creative Commons unless otherwise marked. So,
yeah, SCP stuff, like the SCP idea of it is not even copyrighted.
Right.
And that's an issue they actually had. I don't know if you
yeah, the one Russian guy who was all like, "Oh, I've trademarked SCP. I own all this," and they're like, "No, you don't." And he's like, "I'm suing you."
They fought hard.
Did they win?
They fought. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm glad, and I'm like, all right, you guys should probably copyright it now.
At least, like, I don't know if you can do like, not copyrighted, but you know, like rights management to the community. Like anybody owns this, you cannot own it, which is essentially Creative Commons public domain. The only problem,
like, don't do that to them.
Well, so the only problem with things that are public domain is you can't take public domain works and then make them your own and cause or create profit from it because it's public domain. So it's like Creative Commons is totally different from public domain. But anyway, one thing to say real quick. Mia said, I love graphics that allow me that, but then you can tell that from my channel or my videos. I do not use copyrighted pictures. I do not use pictures from websites that have you pay for them. I use Pexels, Pixabay.
Pixabay, I was just about to say that. I love Pixabay.
Let me open up my creatives folder and look at it real quick. I have...
If you have any other websites besides Pixabay, can you send them to me? Because I cannot for the life of me find anything.
Unsplash, Pix here, Pixels, Needpix. Okay, even Flickr has some that are Creative Commons. All you have to do is link back to the picture. Which, fine, whatever. There was one I was using that was really good, like with textures, which is your fault, by the way.
Textures make a thumbnail just look awesome.
Yes. There's another one I found today called Snappy Goat.
And I'm totally okay with it being my fault because every thumbnail can improve from a nice texture because it just brings out the brightness and it messes with like some of the glow of like the text and it just makes it look like you put more work into it than you actually did.
Agreed.
It's awesome. I'm so glad that I found it.
I've been playing with overlay layers because I mean I know like
it's so fun. It's so fun to see like I'm not even doing anything and it looks cool.
I just learned today how to make the text have like a neon glow with difference clouds.
Yes.
And I'm gonna probably use that for all of eternity now because it looks amazing.
I just found out that fucking Photoshop had a motion blur filter. So now everything, one of my fucking things has like a motion blur layer of text behind it. So now it looks like it's all like distorted and gross. It's nice.
You know, GIMP has a motion blur too.
I haven't used GIMP in like 6 years. I've been using Photoshop ever since. I just don't like how it feels. I don't know. It feels too clunky to me. It just doesn't feel as smooth or as polished as Photoshop. Maybe it's different now. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I've always used GIMP. I used to use Photoshop. I had a Photoshop class in high school, actually, to be honest with you. And my sister was a photography major at the Kansas City Art Institute, and she was also a graphic design major too. So I had access to Photoshop, obviously. But I started using GIMP, and I personally like it. Once you figure out the tools, it becomes so much easier.
It wasn't so much ease of use, I think. It was just more... I'm very weird. If a program looks ugly, I don't like using it.
Right.
It's just that simple. And I don't know, Photoshop just looked better as a program in one package than GIMP did to me. Because like all the windows with GIMP, like...
Oh, they
I don't know if they still do that.
No, they undid that.
Oh, I hated that so much. Just like there's 50 windows.
I think you can turn that on in GIMP, but by default now it goes to single windowed mode.
That's so. I'm gonna have to check out GIMP. It's probably so different.
Like I said, dude, download GIMP and then install the Gmic pack. And...
I want to do that just so I can put the photo. I'll just edit in Photoshop, and just shove that shit in there.
I mean, if that's what you want to do.
I mean, I'm gonna download GIMP.
Okay.
I'm gonna figure this out. I've been wanting to for a while. I also completely switched editing programs.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm done with Premiere. I fucking hate it. I can't take it anymore. I'm completely switched over to DaVinci Resolve, and it's so much better. I love it so much.
I've been told DaVinci's good, but I've also been told that it's kind of slow on rendering.
It's a little iffy on rendering. I still have to figure out like bit rates and stuff. I really don't know what I'm doing yet with that, but everything else is actually like really, really close to Premiere. But the difference is that the effects feel more polished. They feel like they were optimized by Blackmagic Design, who made Resolve. And even though Premiere has been a program for so long, it still feels like it just came out.
It's because it's Adobe, dude.
I know, it's just so annoying.
It's more about the money for them. And if
but Photoshop doesn't feel like that. It's like they just don't care about anything besides Photoshop.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if anyone wants to fight me on that, I'll tell you this. If it wasn't about the money, they would have never have moved to a monthly subscription.
Yeah. That's why I crack it.
Well, yeah, of course.
I'm not paying that much for it.
That's like, I full disclosure, I did something bad.
Ooh.
I torrented the S-Film plugins for Vegas. And that's how I do a lot of my stuff, is with the transitions and the overlay effects and everything.
Well, I didn't pay for Resolve. I know there's a free version, but there's effects in the studio version that's $299 that give you full range of VHS effects out the box.
That's awesome.
And you can add scan lines, you can add curvature to make it look like a CRT. You can add the screen jitter, you can add chroma effects, all from there in like slider form. It's awesome. I was like, I need that. And now that I'm using it, I'm probably going to end up spending $300 when I get the money, because I feel so bad that this is so good.
Let's see if there's an external DaVinci plugin effect for Vegas. I was surprised to see the S-Film ones, because that's a totally different thing too.
The only weird thing about Resolve is it's very not copyrighted, but it's very strict in what it lets in its program.
Gotcha.
So there's a lot less plugins, because so what they do is they develop the plugins themselves and make them really, really good, so that you basically forgot that you ever needed anything else. They're just like, we're gonna trick you into thinking that plugins just don't exist anymore, because Resolve has them all.
that's cool, but $300 for plugins, just, oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, the base software is still really good. Like, you don't have to do that, but I love VHS effects. So it's like, I'm sure I can find a way to crack this. Yeah, so, $300 is a steep price.
So, sorry, glancing over at chat. Boggs asked a question again. Any of you know how to convert Audacity audio over to OBS? Just installed OBS and I'm sadly a bit lost. OBS is a broadcasting software. So it's more for like live. So that like my
live and recording. So I'm very confused as what you mean.
Bro, I was talking.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm giving you shit, dude.
I got very confused very fast.
I know you do. It's okay. So this live stream right now that you're watching is an OBS. It's open broadcasting software. I have my scrolling thing on the top, my background. If I get a subscriber, it pops up in the front saying the person subscribed. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what process you're trying to...
Maybe he thinks it's an editing software?
Maybe.
Because that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. I think he asked that in the Discord when I was doing my recording, and I didn't know what he meant.
Taking Audacity WAV converted to OBS audio for or run or recorded to add video to.
Yeah, the OBS is not that type of thing. OBS is strictly recording video, like as like if you want to just record your screen like a Let's Play or like a like he's doing, or like a podcast or something, or live streaming to like Twitch or here. But if you want to put stuff together, you're gonna have to get like a editing software like Premiere or HitFilm or Vegas.
Right.
Assuming that's what you're trying to do, I'm still very confused.
It's all good. No, and it's
I'm trying to help. I just have a lot of questions.
There may be some misunderstanding. Like you said, there may be misunderstanding as what the purpose of the software is, and that's fine. Hoping to not have to redo everything. So, are you talking, like, using pre-recorded audio? Hang on. Are you talking, like, using pre-recorded audio in OBS during a live stream? Maybe? Is that what you're meaning? Because that just clicked in my head, like, maybe that's what you meant.
I have no idea. I'm really trying to help you. I just don't know what's going on. Didn't she resolve an Audacity? Like, I feel like he assumes OBS is something different.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to help too. It's just
I'm just so lost.
Well,
I don't know what to say.
And with all respect to him, there is so much software you can use to do so many different things in this industry that it's not even funny.
I just wish like I knew what like the baseline was. Are you trying to put stuff together for a video?
Right.
Because that's definitely an editing software, and that's not what OBS is. Strictly for broadcasting.
Yes.
Do you use Streamlabs, Raven?
I have tried.
Or just regular OBS?
Okay, so I've used Slobs before. Hang on. I do all my stuff in audio, wanting to launch to YouTube, using OBS to add video to prerequisite recorded audio, which I did previously in Audacity, and OBS to launch to YouTube. Oh, okay. So you used to basically do recorded audio over a video OBS to play through. Okay. Yeah, you're going to need something like a multi-line editor software like Vegas, DaVinci, something like that.
I've had a friend that's done that before. He mashed things together by recording over it with OBS, and then just kind of like compressed it with a compressor to put it somewhere. That's a lot of steps for something just to get an editing software for. And there's free ones: HitFilm, DaVinci Resolve. If you want something that's more simplistic, HitFilm. Basically just plug and play. Like you could just like drag stuff, and it's super easy.
You can do that in Vegas too. But Vegas
it's just HitFilm is less intimidating.
Vegas also isn't cheap.
No. Vegas to me is like when you open it, you kind of get a little intimidated if you haven't ever used the editing software, because it's so everywhere.
So
I'm trying to give them one that's just more like skinned and it looks pretty.
Yeah, I'll say if you know me as a person, you'll know that I'm kind of a Linux nerd. Freaking hate Windows.
You're all about that Ubuntu.
I actually am. Debian, Ubuntu, those are my favorite too.
Are you on Linux right now?
No, I'm on Windows.
Oh.
My main laptop where I do my video stuff is Windows, but my live stream laptop is running Ubuntu 2004. So, anyway, so I'm a Linux nerd. So prior to using Vegas, I actually used one known as Kdenlive. I wanted to love Kdenlive because it's completely open source, but it was so clunky. Like it did not run worth shit on Windows. It crashed, and it was like you could tell that they were Linux developers,
right? Because
their Windows version was garbage. But they tried. Supposedly it's gotten better, but I don't know. That rendering time on that was god awful. Like I would tell it to render.
I wanted to use Linux because of that, because of all the like, open source stuff, but I just don't like the way the software feels.
Right.
It's just not. As I've been using Windows since I was a tiny little boy.
Right.
So.
Well, I mean, I have two. Back in 2001, whenever I was 10 years old, we got our first desktop computer at the house, and it was running XP. It had a whopping 32 gigs on the hard drive.
Yeah.
That was an $1,100 computer.
And like 16 megs of RAM.
Right? I think at that point it was already up to like 128. back in 01.
Yeah, it was definitely less than a gig. I remember that.
Whereas nowadays, my computer that I'm using right now costs that same amount and has an i7, a 1050, and 16 or 32 gigs of RAM in it, and it's crazy.
Yeah, you can get a lot as technology. That's what I love about technology. As it keeps going, the ability that you can use it gets cheaper. Smartphones included. Smartphones used to be shit for $20. You get a $20 smartphone now, that thing can do a lot of stuff.
Right. Well, I mean, even so, just looking at technology recently, like very recently, my last phone was a Galaxy S7 Edge. Loved that phone.
It was a great phone.
It was, but it, you know, they all know what happened. I
want to hear.
I broke my power button.
How?
The plastic popped off of it.
Oh no.
So all there was like the rubber coating, and it was tiny, and you had to like shove your thumbnail into it and push as hard as you could to get it to work. So then I looked up, you know, how do you turn on the phone without a power button? The S7 you could. All you had to do was hold the home button and the volume down button, and it would go to like protected boot mode, and then you could select the OS. And then my volume down button broke.
Oh my god.
So I'm like, I'm done, I need a new phone. So I went to eBay, and I found a Note 10. Amazing phone. Does great.
It's a great phone.
Absolutely. Got it for $500.
Whoa, when?
About 3 months ago.
You got a Note 10 for $5?
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. I took it to
crazy.
I took it to the Sprint store, and because I had to get a new SIM card, because the SIM card in the S7 doesn't work with the Note 10. And I told her, I was like, yeah, I got it for $500 on eBay. She's like, that's insane. And on their shelf, they have the Note 10 for like $1,000 for the exact same phone.
And the crazy part is, refurbished phones are getting super close to new.
Well, but this wasn't even crazy. This was brand new. It was brand new, sealed in box. It was just an overstock store.
That's crazy.
So I got mine, and then a couple weeks ago, I got Patience's for $550. So you got the exact same one, Note 10. Yeah, you can thank the government for that.
I had.
I know I don't have income, and I know people might be like, "How you buying new phones?" That was where the stimulus check went.
No, that's how I got my dream phone.
Your dream phone?
That's how I got my dream phone. So stimulus comes in, right? I'm super stoked about it. I had an S9 at the time, which I still missed that phone because I had it for a while, and I always dreamed of having a high-end Samsung because I couldn't afford it. But I managed to find the S9 right when the S10 came out for around like $280 to $300 refurbished, but I don't know where it was refurbished because no scratches, nothing. It was perfect until I gave it to my mom and she cracked it literally the day she got it. So dream phone is OnePlus 7 Pro. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it's the first phone with a 90 hertz display, like consumer phone. I mean, it's huge. There's no camera on the front. The camera comes out the top. It's got like 12 gigabytes of RAM. It's a powerhouse.
Sounds like it.
$350, and it was only about 6 or 7 months old.
Nice.
And was still going for $800 to $900 brand new on the website. I still have it, and I cannot imagine having a different phone. Like, phones are getting so much more accessible now that I really wish I had this type of technology. Like when I thought it already existed.
Right. Well, so then that was the whole point of my story about me getting this phone for $500, and you know, Sprint's still selling it for $1,000.
Right.
I got it for $500, and my phone prior to that was the S7 Edge, and I paid $800 for that over 24 months to Sprint. Like, for $300 less, I got a phone that just absolutely blows the old phone away.
Yeah.
It's insane to me that, you know, in 4 years it became that much better. And cheaper.
Yeah. But phones are they're turning certain things like obsolete. You don't even have to have a laptop separate from your phone because the S20 Ultra is just a powerhouse. Well, and it has more RAM and GPU power than my computer can ever fucking hope for.
Right, no, but that one does.
It has a 120 hertz display.
That one also has the powerhouse price tag, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that thing's like $1,200.
And that's what I paid for my laptop.
I want that phone so bad. I love this phone to death, but that phone exists, so I want it. I wouldn't sell this phone in a heartbeat. This is a backup phone in case that fragile thing breaks.
Right.
this phone so much.
But yeah, so... and then he just dropped his phone. It shattered, and now he has to get a new one.
No, I have a case. And it was on the back. I did crack the back, though. I guess it had fallen off my bed, off the case, and I hit the radiator.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and I was really sad because I took care of this phone like so hard. I loved it to death, and I was just like, I'm never gonna let anything happen to this. And the only time I ever dropped it was when I was sleeping and I had taken the case off to clean the phone. And I guess I just forgot to put it back in the case, and I left it under my pillow. I must have pushed it off the bed onto the radiator without this case. Thank God it didn't hit the front.
Right.
But now I don't even notice that it's cracked because the case is. But man, I was so sad.
So
sad.
If I may say, one of the dumbest things that phone manufacturers ever decided to do was start making the back of phones out of glass.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
And I get the whole point's for heat dispersion, because if it's metal, it heats up quicker.
Yes.
But it's just the fact that I have a phone that if I drop it on the back, it's gonna shatter. It just pisses me off.
The cool thing about the OnePlus 7 Pro is that it has frosted glass in triple layers, so it gives it this kind of gradient look. Yeah, but you don't understand the practical applications of it until you understand how phones work. And if you have frosted glass with triple layering gradients, it pretty much protects the phone like it has 3 screens on. It's like you can drop it at any point and it'll be fine. The only issue is I dropped it on the edge of the radiator.
Right. So yeah. you caused perfect storm damage there.
Yeah, no, this thing can survive a lot just being outside of the case because of the design they decided to go for. I don't know if that's what they were going for with the whole gradient thing, but them doing that made the phone 10 times more durable than a regular Galaxy.
Right. Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I love phones. I love phones so much.
Sure. I love my Note. This was probably my best decision in buying this phone. I legit love this phone.
I just like the hardware of it. Like I'm like super into like fixing phones and repairing phones and like how they work and like how certain parts of them work and how the build quality is made, and I like that stuff. It's fun. Computers too. Well, I built so many computers.
I believe it.
It's so fun. And then you watch your friend who's never built a computer and he takes pictures like, I just built my new computer and the wires
are hot glued to the motherboard.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna tell a little quick story here.
Go for it.
So my friend, he had never built a computer before. He never even had a fully desktop computer. He only had a laptop for so long. He said that he built his computer, but it wasn't working properly. He got secondhand parts. I get secondhand parts sometimes, but the whole computer was secondhand. Whole computer. So basically the thing had like a 1-year lifespan out the box.
Wow.
And he got this really shitty case given to him by somebody. It was so shitty that the tempered glass side panel was plastic. It was so bad. And it had a hole cut out. The fucking tempered glass, quote unquote, had a hole cut out for a fan. What? I was so confused. So he said he built it and it wasn't working. So I look, I take off the side panel and I see that the fan is connected to the side panel. I'm like, that's already fucking weird. But I also see that the wire for it is about like 3 centimeters. So the thing is stretched across the entire motherboard, clipping into the fans of the fucking motherboard's cooler and hitting the GPUs at the same time. So the entire time his fans are getting stuck and his PC's overheating because whoever gave him this fan had like the tiniest wire, so the wire's just spinning in and out of each of the fans behind the computer. So the thing's just like, he turns it on, it basically explodes.
Right.
Like, I'm like, what did you do? Did you not see something was wrong when you realized that there's a fan in the side panel? Like, What the fuck is going on? So I finally redo everything, and I turn it on, and it's not working. Now I'm a little confused because I'm like, well, I know I definitely did it right because I've done this 1,000 times before. All right, let's check what's going on. So I put my ear up to the case, and it's one of those heart-dropping moments when you hear the motherboard do that little revving sound, where it goes like, yeah, pretty much what that means is half your motherboard's fucking dead. Like, it means only half of the power is going to half of the motherboard, and the rest of it can't. The currents are not going to go through. So I was because I've had that shit happen. I had to learn the hard way because it happened to my motherboard. And I was like, I thought you said you got a motherboard speaker. He's like, I do. It's right there. Where? And he points to the CMOS battery. And I'm like, oh, that's a battery. That's a fucking battery. It's a battery with a prong on the end to plug into one of the CPU fan headers. I'm like, all right, what does this even go to? Where did you get this? It's like it was just floating in the box. I'm like, so you thought that was the thing that doesn't actually have any speakers on it? He's like, I thought that's what it was. I'm like, so the thing that's next to it, that looks identical, that's plugged into the motherboard, that powers it, that says CMOS battery, you didn't think that was weird? Well, now that you mention it.
Oh, man.
Fuck.
Oh, that's...
His motherboard was dead. His motherboard was dead because the dumbass who sent it to him didn't pack it right, so it basically lost some capacitors along the way or something.
Right. Understandably.
And then I did take a closer look at the capacitors, and a couple of them weren't burnt out, so something must have gotten shorted or broken or something. Or he sent it to him and it was just already burnt out because whoever sent it to him was probably just as dumb as the guy who was trying to build it. Like, I can't believe this. You should have just waited. You should have just waited. Wait for it. All right, if anybody's listening and you want to build a computer, just wait till you have the money. Don't get secondhand parts, please. Build it from scratch because it's cheaper, and watch a YouTube video and make sure that everything is properly taken care of. Get it from a proper seller like Newegg or Amazon, because do not want to secondhand stuff, especially not a power supply. No. That's my computer story.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not good for the computer itself, but it's good for the story.
No, he eventually bought a pre-build.
And yeah, a dead one. That.
Yeah, he bought it from.
Oh, you mean he eventually bought?
He bought a pre-build from CyberPower, and I'm like, well, it's gonna last a little longer.
I thought you said he essentially bought a pre-build. I'm like, yeah, he essentially bought a dead computer.
Yeah.
Eventually, gotcha.
He bought it from CyberPower, another one, and I'm like, well, that's gonna last a little longer. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you do really like Dell. They all use refurbished parts. That thing's not gonna last more than 6 months.
Yep.
Oh man. Oh. Man.
Chrono asks, "Where's my caramel?" You didn't come get it, dude. It's waiting for you. Anyway, Boggs says, "I always get my parts at Fry's and then build in the shower." Like while you're taking a shower? That's like I never thought about building a computer in the shower. That's a good idea. I mean, it's a terrible idea.
I mean, it's a terrible idea. You shouldn't do that. You could die. How are you alive? He's a cyborg.
It's not plugged in.
You don't leave your computer plugged in when you're building it? I learned that one the hard way too, and not to build it on carpet. Yeah.
It's called multitasking.
Yeah, when I built my first computer, I didn't have YouTube. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Listen, I was dumb. I was building my first computer. I had no idea it was. Well, no, I wasn't building it. I was trying to rip apart to put a new one in, and I was messing with it on the carpet, and it shocked me. That was fun.
Nice.
Yeah. And one other time, I left the power cord in the back of it. It wasn't on. There was still some current going through it, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even the switch to the power supply was off, and I'm like, there's nothing that can happen. The switch is off. Nope, there's still current going through it.
Very nice.
Yeah. All my PC making skills is coming from years and years of me fucking up forever.
Hey, man. Every mistake is experience. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. There's just a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes.
I've learned the more expensive the mistake, the more experience you gain.
Mm-hmm. Because you learn, you're like, I can't believe I did that. That thing costed so much money.
Right.
I gotta learn how to never do that again.
The bog said it's my own homebrew aqua cooling system.
That's pretty good.
I run my computer in my shower.
I will never trust liquid cooling. I'll always think that I fucked up the piping and it's just gonna burst at any moment. Because even people who know what they're doing, those pipes just burst randomly from some random change in temperature that happens with their computer and just fucking explodes. No. Especially not on those types of computers. Those things cost like $3,000. Not about to lose $3,000.
I don't have $3,000 to lose.
No.
Guess I
they do though.
Guess I
most of those people are like esports winners and shit, and they got like $4,000 computers, and that's like a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to live in a motorhome.
Isn't that nice what Slumber's doing?
He's living in a camper, like a small one.
Okay.
I want like me and my girlfriend were looking up these really expensive ones. They're like $160K. And they have like Murphy beds that pull down from the walls and like movie theater chairs and like a full shower in it. And I'm like, that'd be cool for road trips, but not for $160K. I want it. His camper's cute though.
Yeah, no, I wish
it looks
him
very
luck on
cozy.
that. It looks nice.
I just can't think of me taking down my setup and setting it back up every time I want to record.
Right.
Because he has to do that because it's on like his like kitchen table or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I hope he enjoys it though.
He will. I can tell he will. He's already seeming like he's gonna like doing it. So. So Mia said, I've been building my own computer since 1997 to 99, and I learn something new every time I make a new one. That's awesome. Chrono then asked, how many views do you need? I don't need views, I need watch hours. I'm at 3,200, so I need 800 more watch hours. And then once I hit that, I'm just going to quit doing YouTube altogether and walk away, and you'll never hear from me again.
Except on the podcast, because he's signed a contract.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Prove it.
I was waiting for something. Fucking prove it.
Bog says, expensive mistake, $4,500 on an Asus ROG lasted 9 days before the warranty. Oh.
Ooh.
I would never, I'm like, this computer was my tax return computer, and I spent $1,200, so that's too much for me. This particular computer has not been upgraded since 2014. And is that the one you're having troubles with, Mia? Is that what you're saying? Because that's impressive. If it's just been running for 6 years without issue.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Got an Asus ROG Crossblade Ranger. I actually don't know what that is. PA, you quit. I will find you, Raven. Bring it on. You technically have my address, but bring it on. Yeah. A lot of fun chats tonight. Talking a lot of technology stuff.
I love technology. I can talk about technology for years.
I can tell.
It's so fun.
Do you want to go buy one of them gold-plated monster cables for your HDMI plugs?
No.
I'm kidding.
That's stupid.
I'm joking.
Dumb.
No, I know. I love that Monster is no longer a luxury brand.
I have one of their LED strips.
I have an aux cable of theirs that I paid like $7 for at Walmart.
Yeah, it was a $12 LED cable, and you can control it with your phone.
That's neat.
There's a bunch of presets. It's really nice. I love it.
But that's what I was saying. It's like I remember whenever you used to get anything at Best Buy, like a TV or a console or whatever, and they'd be like, oh, you need to get this $35 Monster HDMI cable. It's gold-plated, which causes better signal and less electrical interference. Like, I will go to Amazon and just buy the Amazon basic ones. I'm good.
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
Mia said that is the current computer, and that is the motherboard. Oh. That's a good computer if it's still... I mean, I guess they're having troubles with it now, but it's still going good.
If it's a Crossblade Ranger, that's why it's lasted so long.
Okay.
Those are pretty expensive motherboards.
Gotcha.
You're basically future-proofing with those type of things. Anything Asus ROG, it's pretty much future-proofing.
Well, my laptop is a ROG, so yeah.
Yeah. You should have only started... If it's 2014, you should have only actually started any pickup in performance probably like 2018 or 2019.
Nice.
So that's probably why you're having issues now.
Chrono said catch on the flip side. Chrono Man, I will see you later. Thank you for coming.
I love you.
Yeah, calm down, man. Calm down.
I'm sorry, I just love everybody.
You haven't been on any of his videos. I have, so chill out.
I love you. What was that?
I don't know.
It's like that would be like if, when Swamp Dweller comes to the podcast. I was in. Listen, you don't talk to him like I talk to him.
He and I have something special. Don't.
I made a promo for his band. All right. Jeez, I never actually posted that. Nobody knows.
Then it doesn't count.
Did I show you those?
No.
No, I didn't. I was very proud of them. It was my first promo work for like commissions. I've never ever done promo work before.
I was super proud, so I just saved him and forgot they even existed.
No, I was waiting for him to... I showed some other people, but I wanted to make sure that it wouldn't leak out because I didn't know if he wanted to wait to post it.
Okay.
So I literally just asked him this morning if I could post it to some portfolio, maybe to bring in more eyes or something. And he was like, yeah, dude, it's your work. You could have posted it when you did it. I'm like, I didn't know. I've never done this before. I'll post it on Twitter.
Actually, that's actually funny.
I don't.
I was kind of expecting to go a different route with that. Like, yeah, I showed other people, but I didn't even like. I was waiting for him to ask me to do it because I did it without his permission, and
he doesn't even know that I did it. It's just promo work he doesn't know about. Oh my god, yes.
He doesn't know who I am. He's going to be on the podcast. He thinks that I'm actually Let's Read. He didn't find it funny. Thank you, Patience. Anyway. Daya said, I wish I understood what you guys are talking about. My brain's like, bull. Yeah.
I feel that. That's why I calmed down with the tech, because I kind of realized that...
You were going full nerd?
Yeah, sometimes I'm too much.
Okay.
And I get that. I understand. I understand. Well, it's a problem for people who don't... Like, when I try to tell my girlfriend this stuff, like, she'll let me talk. She'll just let me talk. And it'll be like 2 hours later, and she'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds cool.
Box
like,
says, thanks for the chat, guys. Going to pull hit film and start ingesting. All right, good luck, man. Hope that goes well for you.
If you don't like it, if you don't like it, if you can't figure it out, there's a lot of YouTube.
Yeah,
YouTube is your friend for editing software tutorials.
Yeah, YouTube tutorials, and then the other thing I found helps is going out and finding like video templates and just tearing them apart. I love that stuff. So usually look for something that lasts at least 5 years. Patience can talk to me. Yeah, Patience can talk to me any way she wants, I suppose. She can yell at me if she chooses to. I don't think she will. At least not on the stream.
Well, that sounds very submissive.
A little bit.
I like it.
It's
kinky.
After 13 years, man, you just kind of... Alright, this is next, I guess.
I'm sending you the...
Okay.
Promo work.
And Taya said she's used to it. Cousin is the same. Not annoying or boring, but I'm just trying to piece everything together. There's a lot to piece together. Oh, look, I got a message from TDN Horror Stories. Oh, those are cool. Like... Yeah, those are actually...
I know.
Nice.
I'm super stoked about it. I was so proud of myself.
I like. Very nice.
Somebody said when I showed it to them that it was very silent.
Okay.
Like
I mean,
in terms of like the text, I guess.
I don't
text is
necessarily
kind of
agree with
silent.
that, but it definitely feels like a metal band. Like, of
Right.
the metal bands I know Swamp likes, like Job for a Cowboy and Red Chord, I would say this fits right in with their aesthetics. So yeah, you did good on that, man.
I'm super stoked about it. Those shirts were a pain in the ass. I had to. There's apparently not one single panel where you can find two identical looking shirts in different colors. I had to find two separate shirts and crop them out separately. It was so annoying. And then I had to put the logos on the shirts and make sure they were both proportional.
Okay.
It was tough, but it only took me like 2 hours to do all three of those, and I got like $80 for it. Super stoked. So fun.
Nice.
I want more stuff like that because that was so much fun.
I'll give you $1.
I'll give you $1, and you just send me a picture of a duck.
I like this. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. So now you need to go
What?
add a $1 tier to like your Patreon, like to a Patreon or something. Be like, you send me $1, I'll send you a picture of a duck.
Oh my god, I will legit do that. And then I just get like 1,000 of them, and I'm like, I can't send it to you. I'm sorry. There's just too many things that my upload speed can't handle.
That's why you just go to Pixabay, download the picture, hue shift it, change the saturation a little bit, make it a little darker, mirror it, and then send it to everybody.
It's just a tile image.
It's literally a thumbnail from Google search. Screenshot it a couple times with a JPEG filter over it. Sometimes I get a look on my face, so Raven has to stop and re-explain something. He can tell when I'm lost. Yeah, I can. After 13 years, it gets easy, I'm not gonna lie. That's the problem with, unfortunately, living with and being with somebody who is very technically inclined, especially in the boring shit like governance, risk, and compliance.
As the Raven dreams, series of unfortunate events.
As the Raven dreams series, as the Raven dreams of boring ass bureaucracy stuff whenever it comes to technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wahoo.
Well, that's sweet that it takes time to explain. Thanks, but it makes me smile every time he brags about the two of you being together for 13 years. I'm so happy for the two of you. Well, I mean, with all respect, 13 years to some may not sound like a lot of time, but the fact that I'm 29 and she's 28, that's... Yeah.
It's hot.
That's since we were 16 and 15, so...
Damn.
It's high school, bro.
That is dedication.
It is dedication. Nobody else in this world would ever put up with me for 13 years. Not
I'm
even my
surprised
family.
I've put up with you for this long. And it hasn't even been that long.
It's been like 13 days actually.
13 days?
I'm kidding.
Nah.
No. It's been more like 19.
How long ago was the video we made?
That was on your channel. I don't know.
Well, okay. Fair enough. 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
2 months ago.
2 months ago. Okay.
2 months ago, June 13th, 2020. So almost 3.
Nice.
Nice.
And I still haven't sent you stories. Woo!
I'm okay.
I know. I could open it up right now and send you the links to them.
Wait, you have them?
Uh,
You've had them the whole time?
not the whole time.
Oh, I was about to say, like, yeah, I've been sitting on them for about a month.
I've been sitting on them since February. You know how it goes.
Yeah. I knew you'd want to collab, so I had them ready before I even knew you.
I've had them ready since I hit 100 subs. You know, I knew I was gonna skyrocket. It was gonna happen.
Yeah. I knew I was gonna collab with the TDN one day.
The
One day.
TDN.
Can I
kinda
tell you
wanna-
something that I thought was really, really sweet?
I don't know. The Dark Narrator. What do you want to tell me?
Shut up. There was it was the first stream I think I popped in after I had messaged you and we did the video.
Mm-hmm.
And I had popped in and I was telling you how much I liked your stuff and how good I thought you were, and you were like, oh, that means like so much coming from you. And I'm like, coming from me? Who am I? And you're like, as someone who's larger than, like, I'm not that much bigger.
It doesn't.
But it humbled me. That's all I'm saying. I thought it was very, very sweet, and you made my night, and I think about it a lot.
All right. Well, it's a little weird that you think about it a lot, but I appreciate that.
Well, how many interactions do you think I have where I pop into someone's stream and they're like, "Whoa"? Not many.
One or two.
No, not many.
Well, so like I remember the stream you popped into, which is actually the stream that led to us collabing, like you said, and because I remember you were all like, "Oh, dude, I like your stream and I like the way you do things," and someone was like, "You just got complimented by the dark narrator," and I'm like, "Oh, cool," and then I went to your channel. I'm like, "Oh, he's a hell of a lot larger than my channel." I was like, "That means a lot, man. Thank you." And then I think I subscribed to you like right at that moment.
I don't know, because 2,000 it's a big number, but it isn't.
Right, but the thing is, I think you came and said that whenever I was at, like, you said June?
Yeah, so you were at like 4 or 5. You were at like 4 or 5 or something like that, I think.
Right, so that's the thing. Whenever, and I understand that 2,000 isn't like this massive amount, but
it's just weird for me because I never had that.
Okay.
Never had that interaction before.
Fair enough.
You're the first person ever to be like, "Wow, you're so much larger than me. Thanks, that means a lot." And I was like, I had to look at my numbers. I'm like, did I just gain 30K in the last 10 minutes or something? Is he seeing something I'm not? And yeah, it was weird, but I thought it was really sweet. And it was still to this day is the only interaction I've ever had like that. So thank you for making me feel larger than life, even though I'm not. Because that really humbled me.
All right, well, that's cool. I'm glad I could do that for you.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was, as a matter of fact, I think that was probably somewhere around my 500 subscriber special.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I remember you being around that size, and then you just fucking exploded.
Yes.
Jeez, man.
Yes.
Did you get like shouted out or something, or is that literally just because you're that good?
Well, I worked with Tales to Chill a few times. I went ham on... I didn't mean to make this rhyme, damn it. I went ham on Instagram, making an account there, and I built that up. And then I was also in a video on Dr. Creepin's channel, so...
Dr. Creepin could have helped out.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
don't want to say that that's what it is, because...
No, it's been a few things. Like, that, and I also work my ass off.
Yeah, it was crazy just to see, like, I come in and, like, you're at 500, and I'm like, wow, this guy needs a lot more than that. He is so good. I don't know why he's not already above me. Legit, like, I'm not trying to say that just to blow smoke up your ass. Like, I'm saying that's exactly what I was thinking when I was listening to you. I don't go to random streams all the time. I had no idea, like, what you were about or who you were, and I came in and I was completely blown away. And that does not happen often with me. Like, I'm really picky about narrators. And when I came in and I heard that, like, how you sounded and your cadence and everything, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Who the fuck is this dude? Like, legit. Like, I was like, you have to... Do you know the term smurfing? Smurfing in gaming pretty much means somebody who is like god tier, but they create a new account so that they can get easier pickings. Okay. And like pick off all the small people. I was just like, is this guy a smurf? Like, is he like a big channel I don't know about? and he like popped in as a small channel just so like he doesn't have to get all like the crazy fucking people who are always talking to him or anything. Because you seemed so much bigger than what your channel said, and I was like, this makes no sense. And then you blew up, and I was like, no, that makes more sense. Okay. He was grinding, and he was waiting for his opportunity, and now I think it's being handed to you at this point.
I hope so. That would be appreciated. I actually am a Smurf. I know you don't know this. I'm actually Mr. Nightmare.
You know who I think is Corpse Husband? Jensen. I legit think that man is Corpse Husband. I listened to his Corpse Husband thing like in person. Like I was in his Discord and I heard him sound like Corpse Husband. I'm like, are you playing a recording of Corpse Husband? And he's like, no, that's just me. I'm like,
okay, but the problem is if he's Corpse Husband, he's also Southern Cannibal.
And Chills.
And chill, like, yeah, exactly. He's all three. He's all four of them.
And Joe Swanson, apparently, because he sounds identical to Joe Swanson as well. His voice impressions, I'm like, why are you narrating? Like, dude, go fucking voice act, man. I mean, narrating could be a gateway to it. That's what I'm trying to do.
I think that's what he's going for too.
I want to narrate and then do audiobooks and voice acting and stuff.
I could see you voicing a protagonist in an anime.
I've always wanted to do that, like an English dub of something. I would love that. Fuck, add me to the before the show ends. Add me to the English dub of SAO. I want to play. I want to play a character, just a minor character, please.
No, you're gonna be Edward in the reboot of Full Metal Alchemist. Be sure you yell a lot.
Yeah, I can't.
You'll be the most calm Edward. Anyway, no, yeah, Alex, I really do appreciate all that, man. That does mean a lot coming from someone such as yourself. And I can say that I can say that now, knowing you on a personal level, and knowing you on a professional level as well. So, yeah, that's. Thank you, man.
Sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think. What did I do?
Say something back that I don't think is deserved, but
okay,
certainly appreciated.
For sure. And yeah, like I said,
I don't think I deserve any praise. I'm an asshole on in person and on Twitter. I try not to be, but it just kind of comes out sometimes. And for anybody listening, I'm very sorry if you ever had a bad interaction with me. I'm very angry all the time. I nothing personal. I'm sorry.
I don't think you're an asshole whatsoever, man. You've always been fairly chill and calm with me, and I've worked with you a couple times now, and will work with you more in the future. And if I thought
I know this sounds fucked up, but ask my girlfriend. I'm an asshole.
With all respect, you could probably ask Patience the same thing, and she would agree on my side as well. Trust me, I am not a sociable
They see a side
person.
of us that nobody else does.
Exactly. I am not a sociable person. I am not a people person. I'm barely a person.
I am a stick figure. I am stick bug.
Jesus Christ.
I love that meme. I'd never seen that before he posted that, and I was so happy he did because I love it so much.
You're talking about Lucid, aren't you?
Yeah, he posted that stick bug meme, and I loved it so much.
Most terrifying video Jensen's ever done, and then just that, and I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my god. It was beyond hilarious, and I don't know why.
It was so funny. It's such a good little video of just some stick bug grooving. It's so good. He's jamming out, man. He's living his best life.
Yeah. You don't get much life, so.
No, but he's living his best.
I agree.
And a stick bug. Like, how can you live your life to the fullest as a stick bug? He found a way. He figured it out. Figured out something we couldn't.
Alright, hang on. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. We're gonna. Nope, don't play. 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 No! No, stop! Okay. I gotta add a window capture. Hang on, damn it. You can keep talking, man. We're good.
I don't know what we're talking about. I'm a little scared.
No one knows what we're talking about right now.
I don't know.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. All I know is I want to do another one of those game things with you in Discord because that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. It was even more hilarious that you were getting so frustrated with me. It really puts it in perspective that even someone who I meet immediately can get so frustrated with how stupid I can be.
It's okay.
It's so funny. Especially with Alien Isolation, because I actually know how to play that game. The only thing you're frustrated with is why I would basically ask you to watch me play one of the scariest games ever.
I mean, I'll watch.
It's a scary game.
I'm gonna play this video now.
Why does your YouTube look so...
Don't ask questions.
So...
Don't ask questions. What about it looks different?
I don't... The color, really.
It's like dark.
Yeah, but not as dark as mine.
Oh.
I'm confused what you did.
Probably this thingy right here. It's a plugin. Or it's an add-on on Firefox.
Oh, so you have like a stylized...
Yeah, like it does that, does like the window and window stuff, which is cool.
Okay, yeah, because I just have dark mode on. I was like, that looks cool. I like the way that looks.
You like my theme? I made it. It's my picture.
I see that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna play this video now. Those of you who have been on my stream before know this video. I want to play it because I said it and I want to think about it. I want to be happy, and this is my happiness, so... And that's the whole video. Dark, you still there?
Yes, I'm watching the video.
It's it's over. But I guess you didn't see it because you're watching the stream.
Yes, I'm watching the stream. Honk!
That's what it's all about.
It's great. 200% duck. I'm a little worried.
Yeah, I don't remember what 200% duck is. Now I need to go back to that video and...
I'm gonna type that in. 200% duck.
I had to go to my history and search for the word duck just to find this video.
Oh. It does not actually have a duck in it.
What does it have?
It's a cat. It is a cat.
That goes... Oh. That
goes... It's great.
Oh, it didn't come up on the recommended for me this time. Damn.
Here, I can just send it to you.
Okay.
Here you go, buddy boy. It's amazing. Love it so much. It's great. It's so wholesome.
And that's why I wanted to play the duck video. Because the video with the duck that goes honk like a car. It's absurd. It's absurd. Anyway. Okay then. Did you know it's been almost 2.5 hours?
I saw that and I was like, this does not feel like 2.5 hours.
And that's why our dynamic still works. You're not going to want to talk to me on Tuesday though.
That's not true. There's a reason I wanted to talk to you. I was so fucking bored today. I wasn't doing anything.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I had a good day because I was just kind of laying here, but the anxiety about like whether or not I should take this job has kind of taken a toll on me today.
I get that.
So I needed something to take my mind off of it. And my uncle bringing delicious food home definitely helped. Delicious, yummy fried chicken sandwiches. Hell yeah. I need to get in Discord with you guys. Well, we have a Discord.
Please do. Dark, you can paste the link again.
Oh, she's in it. Mia is in it.
Oh.
Discord with you guys. I'm confused. Oh, are you talking about the game thing?
Oh.
Maybe if she wants to join us with the game thing. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing the next one, but...
That or call, either way. I mean, to talk with us as well. This is something I never thought I would do. I didn't think I would ever have any... excuse me. I never thought I would have somebody on here to talk to. I usually just talk to the chat, so I'm glad to have you, man.
Thank you. It's glad to be here. I'm happy about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
No, just talking.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not always on Discord. I'm not on as much as I should be, considering I run half the damn server. But I promise
I'm not on Discord. I'm not in our server as much as considering the fact that I'm always on Discord.
I'm never on Discord. I literally made a folder with most of the channels I'm in, and I ignore it. Because you can actually like group up your chats now.
Yeah.
So I just have like a folder of things I ignore.
Getting ready for the show tomorrow. What show? I'm confused.
What show? What's going on, Mia?
I'm confused. So anybody who listens to the podcast, not only do we have Swamp Dweller, I'm just going to announce it. I'm on PAs right now.
Okay. But what show?
I'm confused. I'm just going to announce this here. Swamp Dweller next week. The following week, we're having Zacharias Frost, which is an author in No Sleep. And then we're having Lucid Lupus.
Yes.
And then at the beginning of next month, we are having Jensen. Super, super cool.
And then after that, we're going to have As the Raven Dreams. Please.
There's gonna be podcasts like at the end of this month. We're not gonna have any guests.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just gonna be me and you. I'd like to have at least one episode per month though, where it's just us.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I am cool with that. I know Lucid is like super psyched to do it too, because he
just had to squeeze him in there. We started getting so many like people that said yes after I asked like 50 of them, and they were all like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Shit, I didn't expect it."
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like he actually messaged me asking if he could be part of it because he liked it. He liked our show, our podcast. And of course I was like, "No, it's cool kids only," and you know.
And he said, "Well,
like,
fuck
but
you."
I'm cool, and I'm like, "All right, I'll give it to." No, I did say cool kids only, of course, and I was like, I was just kidding. But so he's super excited. I don't think you've spoken much with Lucid.
No, that VC was the first time I ever talked.
Okay. Just so you know, he does have, in his own words, mind you, crackhead energy. He is a very hyper guy, but he puts a lot of love and passion to what he does. I don't know if you want a video that he really did like put a ton of time into, go watch his one like the Abandoned at Disney story or whatever it was, or his reading of the Five Nights at Freddy creepypasta story that I'm in. I'm actually in that one too. As you get to know me, you're going to find I'm on a lot of channels.
Yeah, you're saying all this, and I'm like, I don't know like half the shit you're talking about.
Right. No, I'm on a lot of channels.
I'm not nearly on as much as I used to be. Like, I used to be everywhere. Like, every time I would be asking for collabs, people would ask me. I would have people on like every other week. And now I'm just like, I'm gonna keep like a tight group of people that I like to work with, and I'm just gonna work with those guys. I'm kind of done with spreading out and like figuring it out. I'm good. I'm gonna just sit here, work with what I got, and hopefully grow from it. I'm kind of done.
Now that I'm saying that, I was actually on Jensen's channel too.
I was not. I've been trying to collab with Jensen since I met him.
If you just send him audio, he'll use it.
I mean, for mine. Like, I wanted him on my channel because I thought it would really...
He was on mine too, actually.
I think every time I ask him, there's always like he always has something going on.
Yeah.
So it's always just wrong timing for me. Like, we tried to have him on Deadline when I was still on it. I keep mentioning Deadline. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
No, and every time you say it, I think Dateline.
No, Deadline is a podcast I used to podcast.
Yeah, you've mentioned you used to be on one, and you keep saying Deadline.
Yeah,
I'm assuming
it was a true crime / like horror podcast that was hosted by Deadline, and he called it the Deadline Podcast, and it was me and him. He did it for a little bit by himself, and I asked if I could be the co-host, and then his computer, I guess, like exploded, so he had to start doing it on Podbean only. Like I got the idea for our podcast to be live from him because that's what we used to do, and it worked out really well. And his computer exploded. He decided to go to Podbean, and I would have to get on my phone to be on it, and I kind of we just went our separate ways at that point.
Does he even still do it? Because I'm not.
No, yeah, he still does it, but it's not as prominent as it used to be because it's not on YouTube anymore.
Like, I look up Deadline podcast and I get Deadline White House on MSNBC.
Yeah, it's not on YouTube anymore. It's strictly on Podbean, and then it pushes itself to Spotify and Google and iHeart and stuff. So it's strictly just a streaming podcast now.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask, am I gonna make Jensen do anything? No, it's cool. We're gonna have him on next month for a podcast, so that's pretty much like collabing, right?
Yeah, we'll have him on. And that's the thing, dude. Like, Jensen, I know he's a very busy man being a single father and doing all this stuff, and he puts a lot of time into his stuff as well, so I get it. I think, yeah, because PA actually reached out to him for me, and Jensen and I had talked a few times, and I think he popped into one of my live streams at one point. And from there, he and I started talking, and that's how we collabed, because I think it was just, like, really good timing on my part.
Yeah.
Like, he had a couple stories. He was like, hey, I have these if you want them, and, you know, you can use them on your channel. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I had a couple that I sent to him, and it worked out, so.
Nice.
And, yeah, back to the whole statement of I'm on a lot of channels, I've kind of made it a point as a growing channel that, you know, I'm not huge, obviously. You're a bigger channel than I am.
Not by much.
By enough, that's the thing. I'm almost at 1,100 somehow. Like, I don't know how I got these last 20.
I got to 2,100 yesterday after I, like, just hit 2K. I have no idea what's...
Right. Like, I gained...
Crazy.
I've gained almost, like, 20 subs over the past couple days, and I haven't done anything?
Yeah, as soon as... No, you'll figure this out. Once you hit 1,000, it's just uphill. Constantly.
Well, it's great.
As long as you keep grinding, it just keeps going. It's not like it's never going to happen again. You're never going to plateau. Sorry.
Well, no, you're fine. I'll say it's great that the sub count's going up, but I wish my view and watch time would go up.
Like, right. I think it's just... I don't know what's going on. It's happened with me, too.
I actually heard somebody else say that they're having troubles with their views tanking as well. Like, today I put out a True Ghost Story video, which is usually one of my best performing videos. And it's gotten 18 views in 3 hours. That's awful.
Yeah, that's what happened with my Glitch in the Matrix. That thing should have been over 200 or 300 within the second day. So, because that's how it usually goes, but here's the thing.
18 views. So that's jack shit, okay? Like, nothing.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That's 6 of 10. Yeah, I usually do at least double that within a couple hours. Because, I mean, my stuff's kind of a weird slow climb. But my impression click-through is 5.7%, which is great. And my average view duration is 10 minutes. So, my view duration's good, and my click-through is pretty decent, but the number of views is garbage.
Yeah, it really sucks because I'm, like, working harder than I ever have on videos, and it's like it's even less than I was getting when I was just kind of doing it.
Right.
It fucking sucks. I worked so hard on that video yesterday, that 40 minutes. Nothing. Like, I'm getting less comments now. I'm getting less likes and less views, and it's a little demotivating, to be honest.
Same. And like, because I know I've mentioned this to you, and you're like, "Hey, stop watching your analytics, idiot." And I'm like,
no,
"Yeah, I know."
I said that. I said that, and like I look at them too. I always say advice that I never listen to myself. So
yeah. But what I'm hating is I'm finding that my Glitch in the Matrix videos are actually still vastly outperforming the videos around them, and I hate that so much.
Yeah, I know.
I
even put out True Scary Stories, and they still don't do it. I feel like my channel's dying.
My last Glitch video came out on the 2nd, and it's at 234 views. The video right before that got 62 views. The video right after that got 48. So I think I'm finding what's bumping my channel some.
Glitch in the Matrix?
Yeah.
Which sucks, because it's like you're boxing yourself in.
I know, and I refuse to do that. I don't care. I will not do only that or do that, like, to a point where it outdoes everything else. I have it on my schedule for once a week. That's fine. I'll keep it at that. But beyond that, I'm going to continue doing my creepy encounters and ghost stories, because...
Yeah.
It's a preference. But whatever. It's what it is in the end. Like, do I watch the analytics more than I should? Absolutely. Would Stories After Midnight kick my ass for saying I'm watching him so hard? Yes, absolutely. And I agree with him. The man hit 5,000 the other day, and I he knows what he's doing, and he's good at it.
Yeah.
And he's also
He
fantastic.
also made a website, if you guys haven't known.
Yeah, I actually have. So if you submit a story to me, you actually do so through redx.app because I'm on there. So
Same for me.
exactly. See, and me
It's
and
super simple, and it's so pretty looking too. He just has like a simple site builder for anybody, and it just posts all your new videos there as like a portfolio, and you can just have like a little submit box. It's super awesome.
It is. And I think he and I kind of bonded over the IT thing as well, since he works in IT and I do. I'm a IT guy. Like you're a tech nerd. I'm a tech nerd. Kind of the similar interest thing. Don't quite have whatever you and I have going on. I will say that. You and I have something special.
What, like just like the back and forth type thing?
Yeah, that. I was talking about the flirting, dude.
Oh, I didn't know you were being flirtatious.
I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So what was I saying?
I don't know. Something.
Shit. Patience, what was I saying?
Patience.
She's shaking her head no and says, I don't know. I don't remember. She's lost it. She's laughing now. Okay, oh, Redx. Redx is a fantastic website. If you are a narrator, you should absolutely consider signing up for Redx. If you use Reddit as a story platform, it has a request sending tool as well. Oh, and full disclosure, it's because of me that he implemented the tagging system, because I asked him to. Because I showed...
it's because of me that there's a dark mode. The dark mode exists because of me.
That actually doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I have very sensitive eyes, and I was asking him if he had any plans for a dark mode, because it just I can't stare at stuff like that for a very long time. And if I'm going to be using this as my main story pull, I would need a dark mode. And he's like, yeah, I can implement that like right now. I'm like, oh, cool. And then within like 2 hours, he had a dark mode.
Yeah, it took him a couple days for the tagging, just because he was like, oh yeah, I'll have that done in a couple hours, and he started on it. He's like, yeah, this is more complex than I thought it was going to be. But the only reason I asked for it, and I don't think I've ever showed you, Dark, I have an Excel spreadsheet with all my requests.
Nerd.
Oh, you want to see the Excel spreadsheet?
No.
You want to see it, bro? You want to see the Excel spreadsheet, bro?
I don't want to see nothing.
Hang on, I'm trying to get the Excel spreadsheet down and not like overexpand it so you guys can see stuff you're not supposed to on the spreadsheet. You okay? Is something going on that I'm missing?
I don't know.
You just laughing at me? Okay.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to Patience.
You talking to me?
I'm not talking to you, man.
You talking to me?
Not right this moment, man.
You talking to me?
No. Stop asking.
Bitch.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on here?
Window capture. There it is. Okay. There you go.
Okay. Toasty. Toasty.
And now it's like working at Quiznos again. Anyway.
I've never been to Quiznos.
Probably not. They don't really exist anymore.
No.
So this is my Excel spreadsheet with my current requests. These are current true stories I can use. These are in progress requests to people that I've asked and they haven't said anything yet. This is a list of fiction stories. As you can tell, it's not a very big list right this moment. This is a list of finished stories. Grand total of 533 right now that I've already read. As you can clearly see, there's a lot. Okay. This is my legacy requests, basically requests that have been in for over a month or 2 months, depending on the situation. This is a list of people who said, hey, you can read anything I've written. And this is a list, no, there's only one. There's a list of decliners. So there you go. I have a stupid Excel spreadsheet that I use.
Jesus.
I know. So anyway, I sent him a screenshot of that, and he was like, "Why aren't you using Redx to send out requests?" And I was like, "Oh, because I need tags, because I tag all the stories to be a topic." And I'm like, it's great that I can send out, like 1,000 requests, but if I have 1,000 requests and I don't know if it's a ghost story or a glitch in the Matrix story or whatever, Okay, hang on. Mia said you don't have that many videos. I have over 200 videos on my channel. And the True Story collections are anywhere between 3 to 10 stories. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, so it adds up.
Yeah, it doesn't really so much matter about how many videos you have. It's how many stories you do, like, per compilation videos.
Right. Yeah,
which can get a lot.
And my True Story compilations hit, like I said, between 3 and typically close to... I think the largest one I've ever done is 9. So 3 to 9 stories, and it's 500. So you can kind of do the math on that.
I mean, I've only done 4 6 terrifying short scary story videos or whatever. Yeah, that's only 4 videos, but that's 24 stories.
Right. So it's it adds up. It's a multiplicity at that point.
Yeah. I don't even know how many stories I've written. Well, no, I still don't know that number either, but narrated over the course of the 2.5 years that I've been doing this. And I don't even have as many videos as you.
Yeah.
You've definitely done more stories than me. It's just you've grinded a lot harder than I have. There's points where I just gave up and I was like, I don't know how long this is gonna work. Oh.
Well, let me tell you. Let's see. From December to February, December and January I was still working, so I didn't do as much. February, I didn't know if I was gonna have a job, and then I was told I didn't.
Heck.
Huh?
Heck.
Heckin' dang. And that's that became March. In March I had quite a few interviews that didn't work out, obviously, because pandemic and everything. So March, April, and May I grinded insanely. And then June, July, August is where I hit my last 500.
Yeah.
I need to put the links in my channel spreadsheet. Yeah, I linked all my stories because I linked everything in my descriptions. So I always link back to the stories unless the author tells me not to. Yeah, I know, and I know I'm stupid organized. As Daya said, look at you all organized, love it. I am organized, and I'm overly organized, and it's... that is unfortunately drag over from whenever I worked my office job, the 40 hours a week, because every task I did would be on a post-it note, and that post-it note would go on a spindle whenever I was finished with it. And within a year, I had that spindle completely covered. Like, it was just... yeah. Whenever you work in compliance and governance, you have to track everything. You have to track, specifically for me, every vulnerability, every scan, every system you're scanning, who you spoke with, and because of that, I had a spreadsheet. That was the thing. Everything was spreadsheets. That's what I worked.
Airtang.
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 Okay.
I'm doing another creepypasta backlogs. I haven't done one of those in a while.
That's cool.
No End House.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I never got to narrate it. So, well, you already know. That's the whole idea of my pasta backlogs thing.
Wasn't that turned into a show on Sci-Fi for like a minute?
They had that short 4-episode series that was about like classic creepypastas that were really popular. Gotcha. No End House was one of them. I don't remember what the other one was though.
Like, I swear it was actually called like No End House because I remember seeing.
Yeah,
it,
no,
like,
it was. There was an episodic like anthology thing about it. I don't know if it was on Sci-Fi. It could have been.
It was on TV for sure.
No End House. Channel Zero. Yeah, that's what they... Was it on Sci-Fi?
So, Mia, hang on. Sorry.
Sci-Fi, yeah, you're right. It was on Sci-Fi.
Boom. Hold on,
Channel Zero, and they had Candle Cove, and...
Have you seen my descriptions? I have seen your descriptions, Mia. I just haven't... full disclosure, I'm a YouTube watcher as well. I don't look at descriptions very much. Honestly, which is stupid, I know. Right? We put all this love and delicacy into our descriptions, and then people just don't even read them.
I don't know. I have templates.
I have templates too.
Basically, 99% of it's filled out except for, this is what the video is, here's the stories.
Right. Oh, God. This chair is getting rather uncomfortable.
You should squish it.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Story list November. So me, I'm actually on your channel now.
Stalker.
Feedback in the comments below. Yeah, and this is why I should read your videos, or read your descriptions, instead of just listening to your videos. Because that's my thing. I do a lot more listening than I do looking, as do a lot of people. Yeah, you link back to everything. You have everything.
I'm gonna have to watch this.
Watch what?
The Channel Zero thing where they did all of the classic creepypastas as anthology-based episodes.
Mm-hmm.
There's some really cool ones, and there's 4 seasons. Like, there's not like a ton of episodes, kind of like Black Mirror, where there's only like 3 or 4. But
right,
this might be really cool.
it could be, but it's on Sci-Fi, so it might also be pretty lame.
Hey, The Magicians is one of my favorite shows ever made, and that was on Sci-Fi. So, and it's a great show. You're right though. There's not a lot of good sci-fi shows or movies in general, but occasionally they'll get something right.
Occasionally.
Sharknado was not one of them.
Oh, what are you talking about? That's a cult classic, bro.
Yeah, that's why it's a cult classic. It's a cult classic, bro. Fucking sharks in a tornado.
Like, are you serious?
Do you like Sharknado?
No.
Did I insult your favorite series?
Absolutely, dude. This channel, my channel, was inspired by Sharknado.
Just look at me, a raven, obviously a type of shark.
No, I'm obviously a type of NATO.
I'm a NATO. I'm a ravenado.
Yeah, Mia, I didn't realize how much stuff you put in your descriptions. Wow, I'm sorry. You put a lot of stuff
Magicians
into it.
is good. Another Magician's lover. Yes.
Mia, of course. Kristen Baker, I'm listening and filing my nails. My husband uses spreadsheets for construction, so the boss of the company he works for asked him to train all the other supervisors the same thing. Oof. I could never teach somebody how to use
a
Excel.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, no. I would lose my mind if I had to teach somebody how to use Excel. Like, absolutely just lose
I feel
my
like teaching people anything, it's really hard for me, because, like, I do something, especially when I'm working and I have to train somebody, teaching somebody something at work is kind of hard, because you do things, if you're there for a very long time, you do things so subconsciously that you forget that that's like a main part of your day. So you'll tell them all like the big parts, and then they'll get to something like, hey, what about this? I'm like, oh yeah, I do that all the time. Why didn't I even tell you that? It's really annoying. Or when you have to train somebody to fucking cook. Like when I was a line cook and I had to train somebody. Oh my god.
Nice.
I had to train somebody how to properly season a burger and how to like toast buns without burning them, and I'm like, this should just be in your brain.
Salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper, put butter on the bun, and you put it on the grill. There you go.
Me, I had to basically do that on the phone. Oh, wow. No, yeah, no, I'm good. I could never... I couldn't teach Excel. I taught cybersecurity for 6 months, and that was pain in my ass. A very rewarding pain in my ass, I will say, but it was still a pain in my ass.
Teaching old people how to use technology.
They weren't all old.
No, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah. There was one older guy who, he was like, yeah, the last Windows version I touched was, ME, I think.
Oh my god.
I'm like, oh. You're using
I
Windows 10.
didn't know people ever used that at all. Like,
well, yeah.
you were tricked into buying that, Jesus.
I mean, he was a smart guy. He caught on to Windows 10 really quick, so...
I'm just saying. There's a lot of people who bought Windows ME, and I used it. It's not great.
Hey, Mia said she had to teach IT security too. Huh.
Wow, there's a lot of people smarter than me in this situation here.
Dea said she used to be a substitute teacher too. Mia, I'm actually surprised to hear that. You and I have something very much in common there. Yeah, I taught cybersecurity over the phone. No, thank you.
God, there's nothing worse. I'm such a hands-on person. There's nothing worse than being over the internet or over a phone call than trying to explain something so complex to somebody.
No, yeah, like whenever I worked at the call center, that one guy lost on that customer. I never actually lost it on anybody, but I definitely wanted to. Because, sometimes the level 2s were like, oh, I want you to walk me through the steps. I'm like, okay, let's find your modem. Do you have a device that connects into the phone line that works for your internet connectivity? I don't know. Okay. Where does your internet come into your house? The bathroom? What?
You have
Okay. There was one that was an old person. She was like, "Oh, all that stuff's in the attic. I had someone rewire my house to put it in the attic." Like,
you realize you're gonna have to fuck with that like pretty frequently.
you hired somebody to rewire your DSL modem into the attic? It's a DSL modem. You got to reboot that thing daily.
Jesus. I could not imagine if my router and my modem's in my room, so it's like literally spitting distance.
Mm-hmm.
Every time the internet goes out, I know what to do. It's right there. But I could not imagine if I had to walk across the house, go up 2 stories into an attic, just to figure out if I can fix this shit or not.
I remember that one because the lady was like, "Yeah, it's in my attic," and I'm sitting there like, hang on. Hey, level 2 technician, can I escalate this? The old woman says her modem's in the attic. Well, you need to have her at least try. She's like 70. And you're gonna have
There's no way she's getting in her attic, yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, would you be comfortable getting into your attic to reset your modem? No. She's not comfortable doing that. Alright, go and escalate. Exactly.
So what would escalating do? Like send somebody there?
Yeah, so we were like an aggregate for a bunch of ISPs. Let's see, you live really far up north. I think the only one you would know would probably be Fairpoint.
I still don't even know what that is.
Okay, Fairpoint was do you know what an ISP is? Like what I mean by that?
No.
Internet service provider.
Oh, okay.
The company that gives you your internet connectivity.
Wait, I fucking knew that. Why am I so stupid?
I don't know.
I'm tired. I had not a lot of sleep last night. I'll tell you why after your story is over.
You're good. I was gonna say, like, the only one you'd probably know would be Chatham, or Chatham Fairpoint, because that's in Chatham, New York. There was one in somewhere closer to you, I think. There weren't very many up in the north.
Pentella Data is one, I'm pretty sure.
I actually don't know if ISPN covered them.
I don't know.
know.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what our internet service is over here. I know Pentella Data is one of them. I don't know what the other ones would be.
Like, what I hate is we actually serviced hotels in Hawaii.
Oh my god.
So people would call us to say, I can't get on the internet. You're vacationing in Hawaii currently. No, I'm not helping you.
Jesus.
They're like, we need the password to the Wi-Fi so we can watch Netflix. I'm like, in Hawaii, it is currently 2 in the afternoon. Okay. Anyway. So, yeah, like I said, if escalations would just send it back to the actual company where they could decide to send a technician.
Right.
And Mia said, I don't have internet at my house. I have to connect to a site so I can get on the internet. Yes, I had that a lot. And then Patience also mentioned the wires lady. That was a fun one. Call started. Lady was completely calm, completely normal. I'm like, all right, so we do need to go ahead and power cycle the modem. We got to go ahead and unplug it. We're going to plug it back in, wait 30 seconds. And she's like, okay, yeah, it's down here with the phone cable. And then she just started screeching at me. Like, there's so many fucking wires. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'm like, okay. Okay, okay, so do you not feel comfortable doing these basic steps? No, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Okay.
All right.
So whenever you plug it back in, I didn't fucking unplug it, I can't find the cable. Okay, we're good here. We're gonna go ahead and just push this forward. No, that lady was crazy.
Wow.
Like, yeah, that was fun. So why didn't you sleep much last night, bro?
All right. For anybody who doesn't know me, arachnophobia is a major part of my life. So is thalassophobia, but I'm not near water as much. So, but spiders are everywhere. And last night, there was about, how can I put it into size about a silver dollar size.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty large for a house spider. And I was about to go to sleep. It was about like two or something in the morning. No, later than that. I honestly don't remember what time it was, but I was about to go to sleep nonetheless. And my computer set up the way that if I'm laying in bed, I could just see like under the desk. And I seen something dropping from the, like I saw something like just drop. I thought it was, I guess, an ant and its shadow. I guess I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went over and I shined my light and I saw the gigantic shadow of the spider. And I almost screeched like a little girl. And so I couldn't find my shoes for some reason, so I grabbed a DVD case. Poor Midnight Special. It's a great movie, by the way, if anybody hasn't seen it. And so I went to go get the DVD. I come back and it's gone. I have no idea where it is. So I'm looking under the desk. I finally see it. So I spray it with like some air freshener to see if I can get it off the wire it was on. And it fell. And then I didn't know where it was. And then it zoomed across my room under my DVD stand. So I tried to lure it out, and it wasn't under there. I had no idea where it was, and it just ended up on like to the right of me. And I'm like, oh fuck no. So I was like, I'm about to get your ass, and I barely even moved. The thing, I don't even think it's possible to move that fast as a spider. The thing was like the Flash. It fucking zoomed at like 50 miles per hour under my bed. I'm like, fuck this, I'm out. And for literally like an hour and a half, I'm sitting in my living room with my flashlight aimed at the door with my door open, and I'm shaking. I'm sweating. I'm shaking and sweating. So it was like, fuck. So finally I had to go to the bathroom, and I had the DVD thing in my hand the whole time just in case I saw it. I finally come out of the bathroom and I point my flashlight towards the edge of the door, and it happened to be creeping out. And I don't think I've ran so fast in my life towards something, and I smashed the fuck out of it and broke my fucking DVD. I broke the case and the DVD because I wanted that thing to fucking get obliterated. I obliterated that spider, and I'm so happy it's dead. But then I couldn't sleep for another hour and a half because I was scared there was other spiders in my room, so I'm just shaking the whole...
You and I are quite the opposite on spiders then, aren't we?
I hate spiders. I hate them. They're demons.
I absolutely adore spiders.
I hate them. Demons.
Though we do share the thalassophobia.
Oh my god, dude. I think if I was closer to the ocean, my fear would probably be worse. Way worse than my fear of spiders. It was just, this one was so big and fast. I've never seen a spider like this in person before. I'm okay with like normal sized spiders, but this one was just unlike any fucking spider I've ever seen. It was impossibly fast. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna be able to catch that.
No, yeah, I
could just zoom towards me at any point.
I absolutely love spiders. I won't.
So you're the type of person to like, if you see one in your house, you just kind of cup it, put it back outside?
I literally had one on me the other day.
Ugh.
It was a little jumping spider. He apparently jumped on me whenever I came in the door, and I was sitting over here talking to patients while she was working, and I felt something in my arm. I looked down, and Jumper's just sitting there crawling on my arm. I'm like, are you serious, dude? So I got him back outside. The only spider I don't like, and the only one that I will kill, are recluses, and unfortunately those definitely exist here in Kansas. So, no, yeah, I love spiders. Thalassophobia, definitely true. I hate water, dude. I can't. I get panic attacks in swimming pools.
It sucks because I have thalassophobia, but my biggest interest is gigantic sea monsters. It makes no sense.
That's a bit of a oxymoron there, buddy.
Yeah.
Man, I'm
When
terrified
I think about
of
open,
deep.
if I think about open water, I'd literally shiver. But I love the idea of Cthulhu and like megalodons existing.
Mhm.
But you'll never catch me near it. You'll never catch me near open water. I grew up in New York. I barely went in. You would have to throw me in. Like, my dad and my mom literally had to throw me in with life jackets because I refused to try to swim, and I would just sink. I just wasn't having it. I was like, if I'm gonna die, I'm dying. Fuck it.
Yeah, no, I think my major fear of water actually came from being a child and being thrown into the water. Pretty much being told, oh, you'll be fine, you'll swim back. Guess what I almost didn't do.
You almost died.
Thankfully, the water wasn't, like, horribly deep, so I was able to get back to a more shallow area. But no, yeah, I flipped my shit. Like, I thinking about it actually kind of freaks me out. I can't do water. Like, and patients can attest to this. I can, in swimming pools, I can be up to around my waist, a little higher. Once it gets any further than that, anywhere near my chest, I start to get a panic attack. And if it gets any deeper, or if I get pulled by a current, I freak out. I absolutely go full-blown panic attack. I can't be on lakes, because I was actually in a lake whenever I had the water situation. Trying to think. Yeah, no, never been on the ocean. Well, I guess I have. Well, kind of.
Every time I've been on open water, it's been because I was forced by a grown-up.
Yeah, I was.
I've been on a sailboat, and I basically almost shit my pants.
I didn't have a huge problem whenever Patience and I were on the boat in the Mississippi. That was fine. But, was it Mississippi? No, yeah. Mississippi River?
I've been on the Intrepid, which is an old style military ocean liner type thing. And it had all like the aircrafts and stuff. That was cool, but except when I looked over at the edge and saw the water and how high up we were. I have a fear of heights too.
Me too.
I can't even get on a step ladder. Like I can't even get like on a step stool. Anything above my normal walking height can go fuck itself.
I can do some heights, but after there comes a point
can
where,
like if I need the thing, I'll do it. But I'll try to go like and then grab it and get back down.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I can't
hate it.
I can't do things that are very high.
I used to have to climb the shelves in the back of Walmart because they didn't have ladders that went up that high, but I had to put stuff up there. So some guy was like, my manager was like, just fucking climb, idiot. And I'm like, I'm not going up there. He's like, you go up there or I'm writing you up. And I'm like, all right, didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, please write me up so I can contact OSHA.
Well, this was like my first ever job.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, I learned so much from that job, not letting people fucking intimidate me, because they're my manager or so they're someone who I work. I don't give a shit about you. I really don't. I'll walk out right now and I'll figure something out.
Right, and that's the mentality I've gained since working at the office job.
Yeah.
I was, for the first 5 years, I was terrified of losing my job, and I overworked my ass. And then for that last year, you know what? It came down to, y'all just started firing people, so fuck it. If I'm next, I'm next, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it was. It was like, at the end of it, I was at the point where I was like cursing out customers. I did not care when I walked in. I was like, please just fucking fire me. Just do it. I'm not gonna quit because I'm not gonna give you that satisfaction.
Right.
But I'll force you to fire me.
Right. I didn't force him to fire me, but I wouldn't suck up to the director of security, so I ended up getting canned because he didn't like me.
Yeah, I look at managers as just base level people now. Like I don't even. If you respect me, I respect you, and I'll respect you as a manager. But if you don't, you are less than me at this point.
Yep.
I don't care about you.
Exactly.
I will not treat you with respect. You will get treated worse than the dirt under my shoe.
Precisely.
And they always are like, you're not treating me with a lot of respect. And I'm like, because I don't remember getting any when I met you. So I don't know what you're expecting here.
No, I'm right there with you, man. And unfortunately, a lot of people be like, oh, that's the millennial mentality. But with all respect,
with all respect, you're a pussy.
well, I was going to say, like, my grandma raised me to respect people, but at the same time to expect that same level of respect back from them, and also don't take shit from anybody. So,
but apparently millennials are all a bunch of whiny babies and pussies, yet you guys apparently just dealt with it when your manager just ringed you up the ass.
Right.
Not happening, bro.
No.
That means that I have more integrity in myself than you did.
Right. And that's what I was saying. I was like, as I was raised, it was instilled, yeah, you respect people, but you also expect respect, and you don't take shit from anybody.
Right.
You do not let people push you around, because the minute somebody realizes they can, they absolutely will.
Yeah, and it'll never stop.
Right, and that's... Sorry, I've told myself, and this is why I'm not currently working in the industry, I refuse to be a corporate bitch again. I will not do that. Because that's what I was. I was working more than 40 hours a week, working my ass off, stressing as much as I could. And then that last year, whenever I finally started doing stuff for myself, was whenever the director decided he was going to start firing people he didn't like. And after over 6 years of working there, I was terminated by a guy that had worked there for half the time I had, because he was of a higher title. And that guy, and I will say it, Rodney Cottle, is a fucking asshole. And I hope he has the worst life possible. I will never wish him well. And yeah, that's about where I'm going to go with that.
That's what I wanted from this. That's what I want from YouTube. Yeah, we get fucked over from YouTube, but at the same time, they're not technically our boss. So you're your own boss when you do this. And I want that so bad. I want so bad to just be self-employed and do something I love, even though it could be a headache a lot of the time. It's less a headache than getting screamed at by some old dude who thinks he knows what he's talking about, yet he's only worked as a manager for 2 years.
Right. And that's my thing. And I've mentioned it to you, and I've probably said it to Patience. I should probably talk to her more about it. But once I hit my 4,000, and once I know my channel is at least on the road to being something it can be, I will probably get a part-time job. And I've come to a decision that part-time job is probably going to be delivery of some sort, be it through, I don't know, Papa John's, Marco's, something, or just doing DoorDash shit like I used to. Whenever I needed the money.
I love all of the DoorDash people that I meet. They're really chill dudes.
Like, my problem with DoorDash is, like, you have to maintain that 5-star rating just over everything, and if you hit below like 3.9 or 4.2 or whatever the hell it is, it's like a higher number. It's like, okay, well, we're not gonna give you more deliveries, which kind of sucks. Whenever you only have like 10 ratings, and a couple of them are low. And that happened to me, is I had like 3 deliveries, and one person gave me a 1-star because the restaurant fucked up. And like, it was like, okay, I could not check the order because they stapled the bag shut. I am not going to rip your bag open to make sure you got the right item after the restaurant said, yes, it's all there. We checked and we stapled it. Okay.
The only time I give a 1 or 2 star for Dora, and it's very rare that I do, because I always think of like what they have to do to get the food to me. Like, I literally can't get there. These people are bringing food to me. So it's already respect in itself that I have someone to do that. So the only thing I really, really hate is laziness.
Right.
Taking a year to get to my house when I know how far. And if you don't have, I can see that you don't have more deliveries. Mm-hmm. I can see how fast you're going. Mm-hmm. And I know that the traffic isn't bad because I was just there.
Right.
So I can tell when people are lazy.
I actually have a negative DoorDash story I want to tell real quick.
Sure.
Because it was at the beginning of this pandemic, whenever everyone was hunkering down at the beginning of April. Patience and I were already pretty much stocked up on food and everything. But, as you know, and unfortunately being a bit of a gluttonous country, we kind of all have this mentality that sometimes we are craving fast food. It just happens. It's not healthy. We know it's not healthy. On this particular night, I really wanted Buffalo Wild Wings. Okay? Don't know why. Just, I love their honey barbecue.
It's wings, bro. It's wings. You don't have to explain yourself.
Well, we have a newer place around here. It's Wingstop, and that place is freaking amazing. But anyways, I wanted B-dubs, okay? So I was like, screw it. Let's go online, and we'll order. And we'll do it through DoorDash, because I work DoorDash. I'm like, let's help somebody who's doing this get a little extra money, you know, give them, because they're doing what they can, you know. I get it. So we order Buffalo Wild Wings through DoorDash. It was like $35 after everything was said and done. Okay, so it was like $35. We're sitting here looking at the thing. It's like, okay, he's at the restaurant. Okay, he's on his way. It's been delivered. What? No one.
You're like, no, the fuck it hasn't.
So, well, he was late at first by like 15, 20 minutes, and then it said it was delivered. So here's the thing. I have a security camera that points out my front door towards the road. I can see if someone pulls into my driveway, okay? I can see if anyone parks on the road in front of my house. I can see if someone walks in my yard. I'm a security person. So anyway, no cars pulled up. Nobody delivered to my neighbor because I live in a duplex. So I thought maybe he screwed up, put it over, delivered it to her or something. Maybe he left it on the doorstep, and that's just a precaution they're taking. I don't know. Okay. So, no, nothing. No food. Okay. We call Buffalo Wild Wings. And actually, I need to make a correction to my story. I apologize. Because we ordered it through their website. So it didn't actually say DoorDash, but it was a DoorDash driver. But it didn't say DoorDash. Because it was just through them directly, and they dispersed it from there. Sorry. So anyway, we call Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'm like, hey, we had an order that said it was delivered, and it's not here. What's going on? And the lady was like, who did you order it through? Okay. I ordered it through your website. Okay, hang on. Okay. Put on hold. Came back. You're going to have to call whoever you ordered it through. I ordered it through your website. Well, we don't know if it was through DoorDash or through the other people.
I ordered it through your website.
I ordered it through your website, BuffaloWildWings.com. I didn't do DoorDash.
I don't know if it was DoorDash or this. No, your website.
Right.
Not DoorDash. Yours.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, so whoever you give the deliveries to is who brought it, and it was DoorDash in the end. But, so it's like, well, we don't know who, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, so what do we do? And what was their initial statement, patients? Did they want to offer a refund? No. We'll call you back. Yeah, because they were like, yeah, we'll call you back whenever we figure this out. Yeah. And they never called us back. So I was pissed. She was pissed because she was out $35 and we still didn't have food. Okay. So Patience was like, fuck this. I am going up there and I'm going to talk to a manager. Okay. Well, hello, Nino Brown. Very nice to see you. I understand if you can't say, but it was nice for you to pop in.
Nino Brown, what's up, man?
Do appreciate it.
Been a while.
Anyway, so she's like, okay, I'm pissed. I'm going up there to talk to the manager because this is unacceptable. Okay. So she goes up there. She gets to talk to the manager. And the manager's like, okay, what's the name on the order? She's like, oh, it's, Patience. Okay. He walks out, walks back with the bag of food. Yeah, he never came and got it.
Why was that so hard?
There's a multiplicity of problems. They still had the food. But the driver had marked it as delivered. Which means he was spoofing his GPS to say he was at our place and marked it delivered.
Wow.
And I'm like, I guess I could see the quick profit in that. You spoof like what, 10, 15 deliveries in a day, you make a couple $100 and you never do it again.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like, right. So he gives us the food and we get it back, and at this point it's already been almost 2 hours, so it's been sitting there made under a heat lamp for 2 hours, so it was not pleasant. So Patient's like, you know what, screw this. I'm disputing this as quality of service, because, she works for a bank, so she knows the terms to use. So we dispute it as a quality of service. She gets her credit, and then we get an email from Buffalo Wild Wings saying, like, they were trying to offer a refund. And then we're like, okay, refund us. And they were like, okay, we're going to refund you and it'll be happening in blah, blah, blah days. Okay. No refund. Nothing. So she pushed on with the dispute. As soon as the bank got the dispute, and everything was put in that she got the credit, and they took the money back from Buffalo Wild Wings, we got the refund because they were assholes. They weren't going to refund us. But at that point, they don't have a choice because the bank starts taking money out of their bank account.
Right.
So.
Wow.
Stupidest thing. I'm like, we actually haven't been back to B-Dub since because we found Wingstop near us. So if we want wings, that's where we go because it's cheaper. Mondays and Tuesdays, it's 60-cent wings, so you can get away with 15 wings for 2 people for like $20.
Damn, dude.
Right. And they actually have decent flavors. Their hottest one is freaking amazing, but that's not the point. The point is, well, it could be the point. It's atomic, and I absolutely love it because it's not just like buffalo. It's like this Cajun spice. It's amazing.
The stuff that's the spiciest and it hurts tastes really good. Yes. Sometimes some people make it taste like battery acid, but
right. That's what I'm saying. Is like it's heavily spiced, but it's spiced with an actual like Cajun seasoning. And
Cajun is so good.
It makes you want to cry, but it's delicious. But yeah, so that's just my story. Is like the driver seriously spoofed his damn GPS to say he was at the restaurant, said he got the food, and then said it was delivered. Like, you fucking asshole. But yeah.
Damn. I also have a shitty DoorDash story.
Okay, I'm interested.
This was totally on the DoorDash driver, but kudos to DoorDash for being great at customer service because I immediately got a refund within 20 minutes of my email and $15 credit for. I was a little iffy about ordering from DoorDash because that was my second time ordering it, but I was like $15 credit. That's like a full thing. I could just order from DoorDash. So what had happened was. We finally got DoorDash in our community. They wouldn't come in for a long time because we're gated. So we finally got it. So I ordered Subway and I was like, oh my God, this is so weird getting Subway just delivered to my house. This is fucking awesome. So we ordered from another local pizza shop, like one of my favorite places. I ordered like $60 worth of food. So I'm waiting. And of course I had my phone and my texting turned on. And I told him if he had any issue. No, sorry. This is what spawned this constant text now that I do at DoorDash. I pretty much go, if you have any issues getting through the gate, let me know. I'll call immediately, and we'll get this sorted out. That's what I send now because of this person. So what had happened was I had ordered the food, and we were waiting quite a bit. Like an hour goes by, and he still hasn't picked it up. So I was very confused. So finally he picks it up and he says it's on. It says it's on its way. I can see that he's at the gate, and I was like, okay, whatever. So I text him, hey, are you having any trouble? And nothing. I'm like, all right. So I wait 20 minutes. The thing still says he's there. So I call him, and the thing says the phone number was disconnected.
Nice.
And I'm like, what the fuck? No, this cannot be happening. So then the fucker marks it as delivered.
Nice.
And I'm like, this can't be happening. Are you fucking serious? So I call the front gate, and I'm like, hey, did this guy come in and ask for a pass? And they were like, no, we don't have anybody by that description. And I'm like, so is he just sitting in the parking lot eating my fucking food?
Yep.
And I'm literally like, I'm reaming. Oh my God. I was so mad. I was so fucking mad. So I'm panicking now because that's $60. And this fucking shitty piece of shit scumbag is sitting in his car, but this fat fuck is eating my food. So I'm like, all right, fine. So I emailed DoorDash immediately within 20 minutes. They sent me, somehow got it back into my bank, which usually takes a couple business days. I had the $60 back in my bank within 20 minutes. They gave me $15 credit. I'm like, thank you so much. I'm very iffy about ordering from you again, but thank you. And then I didn't inquire about this, but randomly 3 days later, I got an email saying that he was fired.
Nice.
Because of this instance.
Yep.
And I was like, this is probably like the best customer service I've ever gotten. So thank you. Now I am going to use it because now I know there is security in the fact that I'll get my money back if it happens again.
Nice.
And it never happened again. I've ordered there. After that, I ordered there like 35 times. I've never gotten another issue.
So,
There's been issues where some random lady tried to give us our food, and you have to get a pass to get in the gate. So you have to give them your ID and your car registration to say who you are. So basically, she got to the gate, and I guess didn't realize that this was the community that she was going to. And she called up my uncle who had ordered the DoorDash and was like, "Yeah, I don't have a license."
Oh.
And he's like, "You need a license to sign up with DoorDash." And she's like, "Yeah, but it expired after I became a Dasher." And he's like, "So what do we do now?" And she's like, "Can you come get it?" And he's like, "The whole fucking point was that I don't have to leave." So he had to drive like 5 minutes to the fucking gate to get the food. Idiots.
So Christine said that that first one happened to her too, where the guy they said it was delivered and they never delivered it, and they said they were eating it basically. So that's
I heard Grubhub gets a lot of that.
Yeah.
Like DoorDash is apparently a lot more secure
because of their process of becoming a Dasher, and also the security of the customer service. Like their customer service is really good. So but Grubhub apparently has none of that.
With DoorDash, I think all I had to do was send them a picture of myself, a picture of my license plate, registration, and then my license, and that was it.
Right.
So.
But apparently Grubhub has like none of that.
No, they didn't. I signed up for them too. I just never did anything because they weren't big in the area. So.
Right. And that's what the security is of it. Now it's more like you're always going to get issues. It's like getting into a taxi. Like you don't know who's going to be that taxi driver. Or getting into an Uber. It's going to be the same thing. But with DoorDash, like at least there's a little bit more security.
Right.
Like you're always rolling dice when you're trying to get food delivered to you by a company that doesn't actually deliver it themselves.
Right. So, one point to note about DoorDash, and this is just to anybody who listens and does DoorDash and thinks, "Wow, my driver's kind of taking a long time." Please do note the Dasher app is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
It has so many GPS problems. I can attest to that for myself, saying one time, whenever I was dashing, I did an order of 24 donuts from Krispy Kreme. Fine, no problem. Took a second order, and I don't know if anyone here knows how the Kansas City area is built. Kansas City is on both sides of the state line. There is a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri. The Kansas City, Missouri is the side that most people know because that's where the Royals and the Chiefs are. Kansas City, Kansas is more of a suburban, not well-known, not big area. And I live in a suburb of Kansas City, Kansas. So I live in a suburb of a suburb, which is interesting. So anyway, I usually dashed on the Kansas side. However, that morning, I'm like, screw it. It's really busy on the Kansas City, Missouri side. I'll take an order there, whatever. So I took an order, and it was for a McDonald's that was like 20 minutes away. And I'm like, oh, God, I'm going to be late on this order because that's really far, and it's rush hour traffic in the morning because it was like 8 in the morning.
Damn.
So I go and go and go, and I get to the McDonald's, and whenever I do, the freaking app tells me that it had not detected that I'd moved for 20 minutes, so it canceled the order. And because of that, I had a detrimental mark on my account. Because it was having GPS problems in the app. I'm like, I'm listening to music. I'm connected to the internet. So that sucked. That's all. Like, I drove all the way over the state line to Kansas City, Missouri to a McDonald's only to be told, yeah, you didn't move, so we took the order and gave it to someone else.
I usually give the DoorDash people like an hour. Like, within an hour, I feel like that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Like, but by the time that they pick it up.
Right.
Like, if they pick it up and I give them like maybe 45 minutes to an hour, that's where I feel like, all right, that could mean there's traffic problems. But it's anything more than that, and you don't have another delivery, I really don't know what else it could be, because we don't have a lot of traffic over here. It's not like a big place.
Right.
So it's you're just taking your sweet time.
And
I have huge respect for delivery drivers. I tip them as much as I can possibly afford. And I know that what they do is sometimes strenuous, because they have to constantly just keep going in, going out, getting the same shit, trying to get there within time. But I can tell when you're being lazy.
Right.
It's like when it took 6 hours for my Pizza Hut to get here, and the bitch got out with a hotbox car and a passenger. Yeah.
Yeah. No. And that's like I say, honestly, with most deliveries and anywhere like pizza delivery, anything like that, I usually say 10 to 15 minutes over the delivery time is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if the driver's polite and they're like, I'm so sorry, something like that. If they have a good explanation, that's fine.
And DoorDash usually gives you a buffer anyway. They're
Right.
like, yeah, it's supposed to be, it says like 47 to 55 minutes. I'm like, all right, that's fine. Then I'll add like 10, 15, 20 on that.
Right.
Just in case like they have a shit time. But I've had issues with DoorDash. I haven't had a lot of issues with.
That's good.
At least the ones over here, they're if they do shit, they get fired.
Yeah, apparently.
It's usually what it is. And if they're good, I have had the same delivery driver like 6 or 7 times, and he's always like, somehow the fucking Subway is like 20 minutes away. He gets it to me in like 10, and I'm like, you should probably not do that, because I feel like I like you as a driver, so I don't want to lose you as a driver. And you're kind of pushing the speed limit right now. Like, you do know I tip you before the DoorDash order, right?
Right.
Like, dude, but when I know it's him, like I try to give as much as I can.
No, right. Dude,
it's hard sometimes because like I really want the food and I can afford the food, but sometimes I can't afford as much as I want to give to the person.
I'll say, trust me, I've whenever I made decent money, again, office job, if Patience and I went out to dinner, I always tipped $20 if the person was good. Always $20. And she and I never typically ate for more than 25, so I'm tipping almost 100%. And I always did that if I could. And I do that because, again, I know working in the food industry, doing service, doing delivery, anything like that, it can be a pain. It's stressful because the income is not stable. The income, can fluctuate. I don't know how it is up there with you, but down here in Kansas, the minimum wage for tipped workers is $2.55.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that changed recently. I would have to look that up. But what I know is that it has been, at least. Let me phrase that. It may not still be, but it has been, and it was within my lifetime, $2.55.
Now up here, it's like in our area, baseline everything is at least $7.25.
Right.
Which is still shit.
Right, and because that's federal minimum wage, but like I said, here in Kansas, the state minimum wage for tipped jobs was $2.55.
Damn.
And that is insane. Like, it's expected that you'll make enough tips to make you to minimum wage, but it's like you have to make $5 minimum an hour to hit minimum wage, and that is shit.
Except if you're I don't know if you've ever worked at Domino's or know how it works.
I worked at Pizza Hut.
But Domino's, like the commercial ones are a lot different. Because they're not like the mom and pop places who pay you like $1.50 to $2 an hour. Our fucking Domino's drivers make $11.50 as a baseline plus tips. And I get complaints from them. Like, dude, you're living the dream for delivery drivers right now.
I would kill for that.
$11.50 is a baseline pay, 40 hours a week. You're making killer fucking money as a fucking 16-year-old or however old you are. You're not even paying your own bills yet, and then you get like $100 tips. Fuck off.
Yeah. So whenever I worked at Pizza Hut, it was $7.25 minimum, just like always, federal. And then the tips were on top of that. Honestly, working the area I did, I never made more than around $60 a night in tips. Like, it was always shit. I think the best night I did was July 3rd, and it was like $120. Now, mind you, all the ones I made and all the change went into a jar, and we still have it. We have like $500 in change in ones upstairs. It's kind of like our if we desperately needed money fund.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I remember there were horror stories about the Papa John's that was around us. Basically, they would make you clock out if you were a delivery driver on a delivery.
What?
Yeah. I remember being told that because we had a delivery driver that worked for Pizza Hut and Papa John's. He worked alternating days because the Pizza Hut couldn't do full time. And he told me that when you were on the clock while you were in the building, but if you took a delivery, you had to clock out, take the delivery, and clock back in when you came back.
That's fucked up.
Right. So you didn't make hourly wages whatsoever, but they could technically say that you made minimum because you made $7.50, $7.25, whatever, while you were in the building on the clock. It was stupid. Like, around here, Kansas has just no protection for employees whatsoever. It is shit. Yeah.
We have a lot of labor shit going on over here. A lot of it.
Like, good
so
or
many
bad?
so many companies getting sued
Nice.
for like not like this is not statewide. This is Walmart in general. But Walmart has been sued 4 or 5 times in the past 5 years because they make their employees kill their overtime. Like, force them.
Into overtime?
Like, they will make them work it and not let them keep it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I got a $600 check
Nice.
because I had only worked there a short period, but I had done consistently like 55 to 60 hour weeks sometimes. And I wasn't allowed to keep it.
Yeah,
I just had to not show up to work sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's
It's illegal.
It is.
It's completely illegal, and that's why they've gotten sued so many times. But the issue with that is they're only asking for like, yeah, we're suing you for $800 million. Okay, we're a multi-billion-dollar company. Go ahead.
right, and that's the problem. Is that's a slap on the wrist. Like,
They don't care.
Right after I worked at Pizza Hut, right after I left that job, I had to leave that. I actually kind of liked doing it. The thing I hated was the store I worked at. The delivery drivers were required to do the dishes, so I was there typically every day till 3 a.m.
Jesus.
Right, because I was a closing driver, and nobody would ever do the dishes during the day, so it was just like pizza pans
It
stacked
piled
up in
up.
the back. Yeah, and dude, that was also a buffet store, so they went through so many dishes. Oh my god, it was a fucking nightmare. Anyway, like I liked doing it, but I ended up having to quit because I was starting college, and I told the manager, I'm like, yeah, I have class 3 nights a week. I have to go. It's from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. I don't have a choice. And he was like, well, we need you here on all those days. And I'm like, I can't. I have class. Well, okay, but we need you here, so you have to find someone to cover. I'm like, nope, not doing that. Like, I'm not finding someone to cover my shift 3 days a week, every single week, because you won't change my schedule. It's like, just shift me with one of the other drivers who's willing to do this all the time. There were several of them, but he was just a dick. I wasn't going to do it.
The manager's like just like controlling people.
Yep.
They like making you feel like shit. I've only met a couple of managers in my lifetime, including myself, who have been consistently understanding.
Well,
Like when I was a line cook, I was also the manager of that kitchen.
mhm.
So I had to, and everybody else below me was 16, 15-year-olds. God, it was a fucking nightmare. I love that job to death. And some of those kids were some of the most hardworking kids I've ever met in my life. Like the fucking the cashier, one of them was so good with money. I was almost like, can you do my bills? Like, like, because she was so hardworking, so good at her job. And some of those kids were fucking idiots, like super dumb. Like, one of the kids had to. We had something called runners, which is pretty much. If I needed something, I can't leave this grill. I have to continue cooking, or else it would burn. So I have runners. I basically tell them to go into the fridge, get me a slice of cheese, get me the cut up onions, so I don't have to move. So one of the runners at the end of the day had, while I was cleaning, they would have to put away the rack of candy and cookies and stuff that they would sell. They would have to put it away neatly. And make sure all the bags of chips and all the sauces and packs and stuff that we had and the straws into the back room. This kid threw it. This kid took all of them and threw them on the desk that they were supposed to go on. Piled. All the chips got crushed. All of the cookies fell out of the containers. And I, as a manager, had never gotten super pissed. Like, I always got a little irritated. Like, why are you sitting down when there's this thing to do? But they were super understanding. They're like, sorry, I just got did. I'm like, don't worry about it. Just sit down for a sec, eat something, get back to work.
Right.
So, because I felt like that. I know how that feels. I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. I can handle it for 5 minutes. Just sit down, eat something, and just get back to work when you're ready. So, but this point, I never felt so much like a manager until he did that. And I had the manager face.
like the demeanor and everything. And I felt so bad. Like I felt so bad, but it needed to be drilled in him that he cannot do that. So I didn't know he had left for the day. He did that and left. And that was it. He clocked out. So luckily for me, not for him, he had forgotten his phone. So he remembered it and he came back in, and I'm like, you're in deep shit right now. And he's like, what did I do? And I'm like, really? You cannot possibly think why I would be pissed off at you, right? And he's like, no, I did everything. And I'm like, yeah, it's how you did it. So I pulled him into the room and I showed him. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Did you think I wouldn't see this? You would just throw it on the thing and you would just, really, man? He's like, I'm sorry, I had something to do. And I'm like, yeah, we have something to do. We also have to get out of here. And now we have to clean up your fucking mess. But you're here, so now you clean it up. So he cleans it up, he feels really bad, and he walks out. I'm like, I feel really bad, but you can't do that. I'm really understanding as a manager, but now you're just testing me. At that point, now you're too comfortable.
Right.
You're too comfortable to the point where you don't think that I'm going to tell you that you can't do that.
Right.
And after that, he got better. He got a lot better. But it was hard to teach a kid who had no idea how to work. It was a summer job to him. So,
right.
But to me, it was a job. So I was, yeah, I don't know. It was fun though. Cool.
Yeah.
It's nice to know that, like, when you're in a work environment and people are not doing something, that you are finally the one that can be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it was great. It was great. I didn't abuse power or anything, but it was more or less like this idiot was sitting down, didn't think I would see it, and there is no favoritism when you're me.
Right.
So I'm just like, get the fuck back to work. Go. Do it right now. And that notion that I can just say that and they're going to be like, fine. And they get up and they do it.
Right. I agree with you. Like I said, there's it's definitely a give and take. Like if you, and I can definitely see that, like as a mid-manager, if your employee, the person under you, is doing as much as they can and working their ass off, and they need to take 5 to 10 minutes to themselves because they're exhausted, understandable. You busted your ass. You deserve a couple minutes to yourself. That's fine.
I made the guy tenders. He seemed like he hadn't eaten. I dropped him some tenders in the fryer, and I'm like, here you go. Get a drink. Sit there. And when you feel better, just get back to work, but don't kill yourself.
Right. And I think that was one of like the benefits and things I liked about working at Quiznos is the manager and the assistant manager really didn't care much. Like if you needed, because we got I think half hour if we worked a full shift, and you were supposed to make yourself a small, but it was like as long as you don't load it full of like the prime rib, like the expensive shit, we don't care if you make yourself like a large ham sandwich. It's fine. Because it's one of those things where it's like bread is not like. There's no cost to the bread that we use.
Right.
So it was just like, we don't care if we lose bread, a little bit of mayonnaise, and some turkey. It's okay. So that's one of the benefits. It's like, if you work your ass off, you will get rewarded to some extent. Like, for instance, with free food. But back to the Pizza Hut story, the manager that was just, he wouldn't work with me on my schedule. He was already pissy because he got demoted from regional to store manager.
Oh, shit.
So he was already pissed off about everything.
That's a huge pay cut.
Oh, yeah, it's no end.
Oh, my God.
Well, the thing is, like, they did away with the regional manager in our district, so he was just like, well, you're either fired or you can go work for the store. Obviously, he chose the store. So.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
I usually rewarded those kids with, like, free food.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wasn't supposed to. It wasn't actually part of my jurisdiction to be able to give away free food.
Right.
But I also pretty much told the manager, I'm like, we don't have breaks. You specifically told us that when there's no customers at the window, that's when your break is. So if there's constant customers, you work until you die. Mm-hmm. That's how it worked. And it was impossible. I had no breaks. I had no lunches. I could only eat when there was no customers, and sometimes there wasn't. I would sit there for like 2 hours because we cleaned everything. But sometimes there just wouldn't be. So there would be points where I can see we're all working our ass off. So finally, one time I remember we worked our asses off. It was like 90 degrees. Everybody was coming up for ice cream and burgers and fries and shit. And we were all sweating and disgusting. So finally, it started raining and everybody had started going home. At that point, we usually wait for the call to close up for the day because we know it's just going to continue to rain. So as we waited for the call, I made everybody whatever they wanted. And we sat in the AC part of it. Part of the kitchen was also connected to a clubhouse, like a community clubhouse, and that was always AC. But the kitchen didn't have that. So I said, we'll go in there. There's a couple tables. We'll sit down. We'll eat in the AC for working so hard. And then we ended up going home right after. So it was great.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, and I understand, like, not wanting to just lose a shit ton of money as far as restaurants go. But really, you know, if you can't afford to give your employee a meal for their shift, then your company operates at too much of a loss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you, and that, like, if McDonald's can say, hey, you can have a free meal with, you know, fries and a drink for your one shift, or Taco Bell or whatever the hell, just like the cheapy restaurants, I feel like the more expensive ones can, like, again, and I'm not talking like if you work at Chili's, you should get a giant thing of fajitas or whatever, but I don't know, like, I don't know. You should, if you're good to your employees, they will be good to you. That's kind of the whole mentality that needs to be more embraced throughout these places. Yeah. Because, like I said, Quiznos, I got the free food. Whenever I worked at Pizza Hut, I actually loved working at Pizza Hut, because whenever I did, anything the customers didn't come pick up was to be thrown away, quote unquote. I never had so much pizza in my freaking life.
That's what happened. Like, I would also cook myself free food all the time. Same with them. If the higher up manager wasn't there, I'd be like, you want tenders? If I have time, I'll cook them for you. Like, same thing with a burger. You want lunch? You don't have to pay for it. I'll just cook it. Go ahead. So it was it was funny when the manager came in one time and somebody had not picked it up, and he's like, what's that? And I'm like, somebody ordered a burger over the phone and we cooked it, and no, he never came by. It's been like an hour. And he's like, oh, you know, you guys could just eat that, right? And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, you already made it. We're not going to let it go bad. I'm like, okay. I hope you know I've been eating all your food for free. I love that job. It was so much fun. There was a lot of cons, but there was a lot of perks too. It just, I think there was a lot of perks because when you have a manager that cares about whether or not people are like doing okay, mentally, it's a better environment overall.
Absolutely.
So, and I really cared about these kids. Like, I really cared that they knew that they had somebody that can help them if they needed it, and I wouldn't get too frustrated, and I would understand if they had to do something or if they couldn't do something. And I feel like overall that just made it a better work environment for me, because I was able to just get things done with all of them, and they were okay with doing whatever because they knew that if we did it, it would be we would have more time to ourselves during the day.
Right. And that's the thing.
That was cool.
Having a manager that gives a shit and is willing to work with you is a huge benefit whenever you work at those kind of places, because it's
like a breath of fresh air. You feel like you're in a fairy tale.
Yeah,
you feel like it's not actually happening.
Right, you don't have somebody sitting there micromanaging you, telling you everything you're doing wrong, screeching at you because you didn't do one specific thing. It's just like, hey, could you do this whenever you get the moment? I know we're busy, but it looks like we're dying down. Could you go do this? Yeah, fine, that's fine. And they go do it. It goes back to that, you know, give respect, get respect thing, right? Like, if you're good to your employees, they're going to be good to you, like I said. That's just how it works.
And after I worked there, that changed my whole perspective. 100% changed my whole perspective, because it was the first time I ever been a manager of something, and it put it into perspective that good managers can exist. So everybody else are just, I always assumed that it was because they were dealing with something that I couldn't understand, like because they had more responsibilities than me, but that's not the case.
Well, that's because
the responsibilities do not change the person.
Right. Well, that's
the person comes into the job, and then the responsibilities are then amplifying that person. So if they're a good manager, a good person before they're a manager, and they have those responsibilities, they are ultimately going to be a good manager because those responsibilities make them more active with their personality. So the same thing with being a bad person going into being a manager. You're going to be a bad manager because you already are cool with controlling people, and you're imbued with that power that you get to say whatever they have to do. So it changed my whole perspective. Like, no, they don't know something that I don't. They're just really bad at being a manager. And yeah, some people are dealing with stuff internally, but
Sure.
as I tell everybody, you don't bring that shit to work.
No.
It's not fair.
And that's the thing.
We didn't do that shit to you.
I never brought my personal life to work, and I never brought, well, there was a time where I did bring my personal life to work, but that's also whenever I was, that was whenever my grandmother was, passing away, basically. So it's hard not to take that kind of thing to work whenever you're talking to your boss. Like, yeah, I'm going to need time off because I can't, I'm not mentally stable right now because of this. But
I broke up with my girlfriend in my first real relationship, and I couldn't even, focus on work.
Right.
It was bad.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I could not have sat there for 8 hours doing the mundane tasks thinking about the situation. That was how it was, because that's just one of those things where it's like, if you're not mentally stable because of a situation, you can't do the job right. And if you have a manager that's at least somewhat understanding, it does help. At the time I did, thankfully, he was still an asshole, but he understood that because his father had recently passed away, so at least there was some sympathy, I guess. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But that's what I'm saying, is I never tried to take my personal life to work, and I never brought my work life home because it stresses everyone out on both ends, right?
Right.
So.
Moonslayer, do you mean it's BS that it doesn't exist, or it's just like the fact that you even have to,
the fact that you even have to ask for a decent manager? Or is it just do you think it's just BS that it doesn't actually exist? Because I can attest it does. Like, my previous manager that I worked for at my grocery store, he was a godsend. Like, he was the nicest dude ever. He worked his fucking ass off, and he loved all of us like we were family. I thought it was a fucking fairy tale, and apparently it was, because as soon as he left, everything went to shit. The ones that are the nicest end up dealing with the most shit. And they get pushed the hardest. And he did. He got pushed so hard, he left.
Yep.
And it crippled me, because I never had such a good manager.
Right.
You know what's something I really got to learn about doing these long things? Drinking stuff.
Yep. I've been out of, I actually had Powerade, because I really wanted a Powerade. And I've been out of it for about an hour now, and I probably shouldn't be. I've been out of water,
Yeah,
too.
I have not had anything to drink for the entire time we've been doing this.
Bro, it's been almost 4 hours.
Yeah. And I've been talking constantly.
You have.
I can go a while without drinking.
Clearly. We've had a pretty good, stable, concurrent viewers of... We had, looks like we peaked at around 13, and we had 10 for most of it, and now we're down to 9.
I mean, it's been a pretty good, consistent amount of people.
Yeah. Which is appreciated.
Appreciated.
I should probably let you go. It is an hour later there than it is here, which means you're sitting at almost 11:30. It's almost 10:30 for me, and
I mean, if you're just going because you think I have to go to bed, that's not the case. But if you want to go to bed, that's a different story.
I probably should go to bed at some point.
Probably, but I'm not doing anything.
All right, well,
I
that's
don't
cool.
care.
I usually don't
give a
go
shit.
for more than 4 hours.
I didn't even realize we were close to 4.
Yeah, 3 hours, 49 minutes, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, which is 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Jeez, man.
Right. It's been fun having you on, man. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I think we can go ahead and wrap it up, though. I think 3 hours 50 is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Plus, we got to save some topics for the next time you call you. I called you for the next time I call you for my live stream.
Yeah. I like doing stuff like this. It's harder on a podcast because you feel like you have to say stuff that people care about and like people want to hear you talk about. But when it comes to a live stream, it's just like a stream of consciousness. It's anything you want to talk about.
Right.
So
I
think that's why it was so much easier. Because with the podcast, it's like there was a lot of silence, and that's because like, well, what do we say now?
Yeah, but I mean, dude, our podcast is still fun.
It is.
And to anyone in the chat or that's listening or that will listen to this and will see nothing. They will hear that we just mentioned a podcast. I think I should probably get going. I'm getting tired now. That does not know we have a podcast. TDN and I do a weekly podcast on Tuesdays. The time has been shifting to accommodate our guests, which is probably the best
And
way
also,
to do it.
I'm just going to mention the days might shift. Because if I don't take the job at Lowe's, I would be moving to where my uncle works, and that's weekends only off.
Okay, so we would have to...
the best time would probably be doing it like Saturday or Sunday. I don't think it'll be a huge change, but
going from Tuesday to Saturday is kind of a huge change.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make it seem like I'm not trying to change everything, but I kind of warned everybody that it might happen anyway.
You didn't warn me.
I thought I said it on a podcast.
You just now warned me.
I'm warning you, it might happen.
All right, that's okay. I learned about our guests the day they happened, so it's okay. No,
not true.
I'm kidding.
I updated you for like literally a month this morning.
You did.
No, yesterday.
And just now during this chat.
Yeah. So we're good. So you got. I'm pretty sure you got times as well.
Yes, for at least 2 of them. Really quick.
Lucy said whatever, so we'll just stick them at 4.
Yeah, that's true. I am curious, and Mina did mention this. She said, Raven, you know that number depends on who is actually typing in chat. I found that out when moderating for other channels. So how do I know how many people have actually watched this stream? Like, honest question. I thought concurrent viewers was the number of people that were actually watching. Because there's also a chat rate number, too. So, Mia, if you have more insight on that, please do let me know real quick.
I don't know if it is possible to find out how many concurrent viewers you've had, rather than look. You can also look at participants, but that's only for people who share certain things publicly with YouTube. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, people who, that's why they call it lurking. People who lurk can literally just never type and be there the whole time, and you would never know, even with the viewer count.
Right. So I don't understand that, because so. I am curious, like, what exactly is the playbacks number then?
I don't know.
Because playback says 119.
Maybe somebody left and came back.
That's a lot.
A bunch of times.
Leaving, coming back.
I mean, we've been on for almost 4 hours, so it's possible.
That's true. So, Mia said, hope it's not during our show if you move it to Saturday.
Honestly, it might be Sunday, because if I'm off, if I get off Friday, and Saturday and Sunday are my 2 days off. Saturday, I'd probably like to chill. Right. I just do nothing, and then Sunday I would probably make my work day for like YouTube and the podcast and stuff like that. I'd probably move my uploads to recording that day as well.
Well, if it needs to shift to Sunday, we can probably make that work. The only thing is, Sunday is also my day for my Raven Investigate series every other Sunday, so that'd be weird to have a lot of people who like my investigative series to also maybe see a podcast, but I don't know if they'd cross over or not. As I was saying about the podcast is currently on Tuesdays at shifting times.
We'll be good for this Tuesday, I'm just saying that.
We will be good for this Tuesday until, just know Tuesday right now, Tuesday for the potentially foreseeable future, but it may change very soon to a different day. Probably Sunday, based on what he's saying.
I'm gonna try to make it. I'm gonna try to accommodate you, Raven, and everybody who wants to watch it, and anybody who wants to ever be on it. I want to make sure that everybody can watch it and be here, and just not make it like, well, we have to do it this time. I want to make it work for everybody. So if I have to do it like after work or something, if it never actually works out and I have to do it at Tuesday after work, then we'll just have to move it to like 6 p.m. for me, so 5 for you.
Okay. Just know most of the time Sundays I'm completely available.
We'll work it out. This is not really like the time to like sit down and be like, all right, well, what do we do now? We got Tuesday covered, so don't worry about next week.
No, I know.
We have time. I'm just making sure you know.
We're gonna have the conversation. It's okay. What I'm saying is just know Sundays are typically the days where family decides to bother me and say, do you want to go do something? Or do you want to come over and have dinner or whatever?
Okay. We'll figure it out.
That doesn't always happen, but if we need to do, maybe 1 week Saturday, 1 week Sunday or something, we can figure that out too. As long as the guests are accommodated, I think that's the most important part, obviously. And it seems like we have some awesome guests coming up.
I'm super excited about the guest lineup. Super, super excited. Swamp, that author, I never thought we would actually get an author, especially not one that I really and Lucid, the upcoming dude. I always like to have up and coming narrators, so having someone who just started recently is cool. And Jensen, who is he's just prolific in the community, so that I've always wanted to have him on in some capacity, so that's gonna be
right. And I agree, and I think honestly I need to read the author stuff. You sent me his name. I need to read his stuff though. Get a better feel for him. I've probably read some of his stories, honestly. I just don't realize who it is.
Have you read No Sleep at any time in the past, like 3 years? He's probably had most of those stories.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I need to make sure I've read some of his stuff before I go blind into this podcast.
Like, you could also, I've done 2 of his stories already, so you could just watch my videos.
Yeah, but that would require, listening to your videos.
Mm-hmm. What, you don't want to give me the watch time?
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a 33-minute video. That's going to give me some revenue.
You'll get the 50 cents. I'm a YouTube Premium subscriber.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. You know why I'm a YouTube Premium subscriber? Because I subscribe... No. Actually, I subscribed for Google Play Music way back whenever it started. And it came with YouTube Red.
And now that's YouTube Premium.
Yep. And even though they are more expensive and split apart nowadays, I now have YouTube Music with guaranteed YouTube Premium because I was grandfathered.
That's cool.
I still pay $10 a month and get both the music and the ad for YouTube. So, and I also get to give the people that I like you, 50 cents per... I think, is it 50 cents per view? Something like that?
It's a lot more than what we would get if you were just a normal viewer. I'm just letting you guys know. People keep complaining. I've had a couple of inboxes on Twitter and email. This is going to be the last thing I say, and then I guess we'll just dip out.
No, you're good, man. You can take look, we don't have to go. I'm just saying.
I know, but my throat's starting to hurt.
Okay.
There is one thing that I've been getting a lot is, especially when I got sponsored by Audible for that small time. I immediately got a message saying, it's really annoying when I don't like ads on videos, and then the guy does sponsorships and sells out, and I'm like, all right. You put on ad blocker. Now I don't get revenue. Mm-hmm. This is already hard for me because now I am dedicating my whole life to this. And so, all right, now I have to get around that. Sponsorships. Well, now I'm selling out. All right, how about this? Pay $10 a month or whatever it is for YouTube Premium. You don't get ads, and I get more revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Win-win. And they're like, nah, dude. I'm like, then go fuck yourself. You're expecting us to just put out content, and you won't give us any way to pay for it. We're consistently putting out content, and you're not, and you can't watch a simple ad. Okay, fine, but a sponsorship, you can't do that either. $10 a month. No, you're out of options.
Well, not even the fact that the sponsorship, he can literally just hit the right arrow on the keyboard to skip past it.
Yeah.
Or if he's on a phone, double tap the screen on the right and it skips past 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, you don't even have to worry about an ad anymore. You just skip it. It's a continuous skippable ad that you never have to watch.
Right.
And I still get money off of it.
Yep.
But no matter what you give them. Like, dude, just get YouTube Premium. If you're that pissed off about it. Right. You're using ad blocker. You're the dickhead.
Right. And I understand, like Mia said, I can't afford YouTube Premium. I get that. If you can't afford the $10 a month, that's fine. Totally understandable. But
you're also not complaining that there's ads on somebody's video. Right. Gotta make money somehow. This is my dream. All right? I'm trying to make it happen.
This is right. It's fun, but you know, doing this for fun. Okay, I can't live off fun.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I wish I could.
The economy isn't like some sort of Willy Wonka bullshit. I can't live off fun. I can't pay my rent with fun. If I try to,
how many fun bucks you get?
Right. If I try to call up Citizen and say, "Hey, I'm going to pay my car payment in fun," they're going to laugh at me and take my car. Okay. And if they take my car, I can't get an actual job to pay for my car payments. You get my point here? Then I'm stuck at home making videos, and you're still bitching about me putting ads in them. Anyway. But yeah, so just to finish off what I was saying a second ago, sorry. The podcast is over on TDN's channel. If you're not subscribed to TDN, please hop on over to his channel. Give him a subscribe. This man is fantastic. I love this guy. I've worked with him a couple times. I've known him for a little while, and everything I've worked on him with has been just fantastic. Just talking with him is great. We just filled 4 hours and 1 minute. 1 minutes? Huh. We just filled 4 hours of conversation with nothing. Just nothing. Just talking about
random crap. And it felt like an hour for me, to be honest.
Dude, this did not feel like 4 hours. I have done 4-hour streams where I chatted, and by the end of it, I feel like I'm going to die. This was good. And that's not anything against the chat. Sorry, guys. Not trying to say you're not good conversationalists. What I'm trying to say
is... But I'm better.
No. No.
No.
Sorry. No, I'm not, but I do complain when they put ads in a video on my channel and don't pay me because I'm not monetized. Yeah, that's bullshit. YouTube should never put an advertisement on a video that's not monetized. I'm sorry. Full stop. And if they do, that's fucked up. See, I'm tired. I just dropped a hard F-bomb without thinking about it. Anyway, the podcast is over on TDN's channel. Right now it's Tuesdays. Right now the time's shifting to accommodate the guest, which will probably always be a thing, because our guests are the most important part of the podcast. We are just here to give a platform and discuss random things. They are the ones you are there to see, not us. Unless you are there to see us, in which case, what's wrong with you?
I mean, let's be honest. Like, nobody knew we would have guests. I think they're there for us.
That's true.
I mean, but with Lady coming on, she definitely brought some people with her that I never heard of before. So that is going to be a thing. We're going to have our base audience, and there's going to be random people from each audience coming.
Right.
Like, the author is probably going to post on his subreddit that he's going to be on a podcast, and authors that I've never heard of before are going to be in that chat.
Right. I agree. And that's good. And honestly, if you haven't seen the podcast, go over to Dark's channel. Go to his Anchor page or whatever. It's also on Spotify, correct?
Spotify, Google, Pocket Cast, Cast Now, and Deezer, I think.
Okay, I know.
But also YouTube.
I know like 2 of those.
I know like 2 of those as well, but they're just listed all the time, so I'm just naming them.
Sure. So, watch it on his channel if you want. I actually have the second episode here on my channel. It's probably not as good quality as his, because I'm sitting there muting my microphone every time I want to cough. Because I was doing push to talk, and I didn't want to.
I heard the little. I watched your version. It's like doot,
the F2, doot, yeah. Doot, I know that's annoying, doot. But in the end, I wanted it on my channel too, because I know my parents watch my channel, and I wanted them to see it. So anyway,
Also, if for anybody who's listening that wants it to be on Apple Podcasts because you have an iPhone, I am working on getting the RSS feed to be pushed to Apple. So don't worry.
You heard it here
first. On it.
He's working on getting it on Apple Podcasts for those who like Apple Podcasts.
Yeah. Or on iPhone and they just have the app. It's not there and they're like, why?
Fair enough. So it's live on his channel, which is fine. Give him the views, give him the ad revenue, or not the ad revenue, you know what I mean. Give him the view time, give him the watch time. I prefer that. I'm totally fine with that, and that's just like my preference. He's a bigger channel. He's a great guy. I have no problem with him hosting it because it was his idea originally. I kind of just hopped on board for fun, but I am very glad I did. And had I said no, I really would have regretted it in my mind. So, just saying.
It wouldn't, but the funny part is that it probably wouldn't exist.
Okay, that's fair.
The idea of the Dark Nest stemmed from you calling it the Dark Nest in the Discord. And the same theme, and the colors wouldn't have worked. And the feeling of the podcast, I didn't want to do this alone. Who else was I going to ask? Like, that's nobody. Fair. You're literally the only person that would be willing to do it, and you said yes. So the podcast wouldn't exist in any format if you didn't hop on it. So give yourself more credit.
Okay, I will. I'm terrible at giving myself credit. I'll admit that.
But take it, because
I'm taking it. Okay,
it wouldn't exist.
How about this? It's a collaborative effort. He's put a lot of work into it. I've put a lot of work into it. We're both very happy it exists.
Yeah, I love it.
And
It's great for my psyche.
Right.
It's a therapy for me.
Same. I don't socialize, so this right here tonight was fantastic. That's fantastic. That helps a lot.
It made my night. I had such a boring day, and it made my night.
I'm glad I could help you with that, man. Honestly. So, all right. All that said, guys, this has been a live from the Raven's Nest, the road to 4,000 hours. It's been 4 hours. I think it's a good night. Good point to call it a night. Thank you everybody for joining. I hope you had a good time. If you did have a good time, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. I have a feeling everybody in my chat subscribed to the channel, so obviously. Dark, you want to say anything to the lovely people, my friend?
Be sure to follow him on Twitter to get all the updates about any future videos or live streams or new episodes of the podcast.
That was very ASMR, man.
I love you.
I love you too, bro.
Well, I'm saying it to everybody, including you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I was feeling special. Anyway.
Well,
all right, guys.
It's collective love. There you go.
Okay, I'll accept it. All right, guys. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm going to hit the end stream button. Everyone, sleep well.
Stay spooky.
And end.
You know what's weird?
What's that, man?
Every single time